Digo, se me está olvidando algo y simplemente el micrófono todo muteado, callado, del lado. Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, más productivo que el mío, porque definitivamente yo lo tomé para descansar y también para ponerme hasta el chile. O sea, no sé cómo se pongan los chiles, pero así se puso el tío Salo, para darme una... Y ahora sí empezar con muchas ganas esta semana. ¿Cómo de que no, carajo? Feliz lunes. El día de hoy vamos a platicar de lo que todos los economistas amateur de todo el mundo, y aparte también los de la televisión, te van a decir. La advertencia de Ray Dalio. Y esto es una gran manera de identificar todos esos canales como este, con información súper bajo nivel. Honestamente, todo el mundo, todos estos son ciclos que se están repitiendo y es muy importante platicar de esto en contexto. En ese contexto, quiero platicar la advertencia de Ray Dalio, se las voy a dar muy rápida, es vamos a caer a algo peor que una recesión. Eso es lo que está diciendo Ray Dalio en este momento. Y para expandir un poco en lo que dice, simplemente es por nuestra deuda, por, ¿cómo se llama? Por nuestros bonos y lo que están pagando, el yield de los bonos está subiendo, ¿ok? Esto, para todos ustedes, si me han seguido por un rato, ustedes saben que Ray Dalio sale a decir esto. ¿Cuándo? Cuando estamos cerca, si no es que ya en el tope de esos retornos de los bonos. Y ahorita no se preocupen, creen que estoy hablando solamente de mi culo, se los voy a enseñar, no el culo. La información para que también estén en la misma página, por supuesto, porque si les enseñara el culo, yo creo que YouTube no solamente me desmonetizaría, yo creo que me tendrían que mandar un cheque porque se sentirían tan mal de ver eso. Así que igual, y ¿saben qué? Igual y sí lo voy a hacer, les voy a enseñar las nalgas rápido. Bueno, donde deberían de ir. En fin, vamos a empezar con una cosa que quiero poner en la mesa. Esta cosa es, el mercado en sí, es difícil saber en qué parte del ciclo estás normalmente, ¿no? Pero puedes usar diferente información para poder descubrir diferentes tendencias y en dónde estás dentro de la tendencia. Que es de las cosas, en mi opinión, es de las cosas más importantes y más fáciles de, una vez que lo dominas, tienes la capacidad de hacer un chingo de dinero. Es como los intereses. Si entiendes que el dinero está barato, puedes hacer un chingo de dinero. Si entiendes que el dinero está caro, puedes hacer un chingo de dinero. Pero tienes que saber dónde estás parado en eso. Porque es difícil llegar por primera vez a ver un producto, ¿no? Digamos dólares, digamos bonos, digamos acciones. Llegas, ves por primera vez un producto, ¿no? Y digamos que este es un abrelatas, que también es un robot que te la jala. ¿Cuánto costaría? Si veo el precio son $100, diría, pues está barato. Pero ¿qué tal si costaban $2 y ese güey me lo está vendiendo así? No tengo una referencia. Entonces, lo que quiero darles es una referencia de dónde estamos parados en el mercado con todo, ¿ok? Y esto es algo de lo que ya había platicado antes, pero creo que se los tengo que volver a decir. Y una vez más, no tiene nada de malo. Toda la gente va a hacer sus videos de la terrorífica amenaza y advertencia de Ray Dalio en el mercado. Si se lo toman en serio, estamos perdidos todos, por supuesto, porque debería de ser una payasada como esta, como debería de ser. Pero, de nuevo, nuestro trabajo es observar. Nuestro trabajo es aprender de lo observado. Nuestro trabajo es poder entender que el mercado nunca cambia. El mercado se mueve en diferentes direcciones, pero ¿saben qué no cambia? El comportamiento de la gente. No solamente el comportamiento de la gente, sino que sus patrones de darles información, de analizar algo. Muy poca gente, y esto es algo que a mí me vuela la cabeza, muy poca gente quiere mejorar lo que hace. Y si se dedican a ser analistas de tablas, una vez que ya aprendí a hacer trading, mucha gente lo deja como de, este ya es mi nivel y ahí me quedo. Cuando mucha gente aprende, güey, tengo que empezar a aprender de todo esto, de la economía y cómo se mueve todo esto, aprenden a cierto punto y ahí lo dejan. Cuando, y no es que lo dejen por falta de interés, es que ya creen que ahí están, ya llegaron. Y es básicamente, ahora sí que, una vez más, todos los canales de YouTube hablando de esto en este momento, no han aprendido nada, nada, nada. Pero ahí están diciéndolo. Y estas son personas que hablan y saben de economía, fueron a la escuela, son unos cracks, pero no aprenden cómo el mercado está jugando con ellos. Y esto es lo que yo quiero que ustedes vean. Igual y no es cierto, igual y simplemente ha funcionado últimamente por cualquier cosa, pero funciona. Simplemente les quiero dar otro punto de vista para que puedan usar, para que puedan mejorar todo lo que están haciendo y para que puedan sacarle la mayor cantidad de limón, de jugo a este limón o a esta naranja, como lo quieran ver, ¿no? Lo que les guste más. Los dos son cítricos, pero lo que les guste más. Y vamos a empezar con esto. Quiero decirles que podemos saber exactamente en qué tipo de mercado estamos de acuerdo a qué personaje nos floten enfrente. No necesitan saber más. Y estoy dispuesto a enseñarles todos mis trucos asquerosos. Espero que estén listos. Voy a empezar tristemente con mi perfil. Voy a empezar con mi perfil aquí en X, con esto, ¿ok? Y acá es donde se los pongo. Un segundo, vamos a compartir la pantalla con todos ustedes. Acá. ¿Están viendo mi pantalla? Perfecto. Ok. Si ven que dice una grosería, discúlpenme. Ok. Esto es bastante tonto, pero funciona 100% del tiempo. No me crean, solamente pongan atención. Es lo mismo que les estoy diciendo en este momento. Uno, Bitcoin encuentra su tope cuando Michael Saylor está en todas las televisiones y en portadas de revista. Palomita, porque lo acabamos de vivir. Y ahora, va a haber mucha gente que diga que todavía no hemos visto el tope de Bitcoin. Se lo respeto, ¿vale? Mi opinión es cuando salió en la revista, fue el tope. Vamos a seguir monitoreando esto. Después, el mercado se va a seguir cayendo y cayendo y cayendo y cayendo cuando saquen a Cathie Wood a anunciar que ya compró el dip. En cuanto Cathie Wood sale a decir, güey, compren el dip, es porque va a haber más dips. Es porque esto va a continuar por un rato. ¿Ok? Ahora, este año ya tenemos a Cathie Wood. Ya tuvimos a Michael Saylor, van dos, ¿ok? Eso quiere decir que este año debería ser un año bajista sobre todo. Recuerden, en mercados bajistas tenemos los mejores rips a la alza, ¿ok? Y eso es algo que se tiene que tomar en cuenta porque ahí hay mucho dinero que hacer. El mercado toca fondo cuando Bill Ackman sale a llorar del mercado. Bill Ackman no salió a llorar en el fondo local de este mercado ahorita, decir, presidente Trump, tenemos que hacer algo diferente. Sí. No nada más eso, ahorita les voy a dar ejemplos para que no crean que me lo estoy sacando del culo. Y los bonos, el rendimiento de los bonos entra a tope cuando hay un anuncio importante de Ray Dalio, el anuncio que te vas a morir. Esto, por alguna razón, y no tengo ni puta idea por qué, nadie se lo deja en la cabeza, nadie se lo guarda, nadie se acuerda de la correlación de todo esto. No sé por qué. Se me hace, y esto es mi opinión de estúpido, de nuevo, yo no fui a la escuela para nada, soy un gran imbécil, ustedes lo saben, y puedo estar mal en todo lo que estoy diciendo, normalmente lo estoy, pregúntale a mi esposa. Pero esto es algo bastante obvio, y quieren pruebas. Ray Dalio diciéndote en octubre del 2023 que iban a seguir subiendo los tipos. ¿No me creen? Permítanme. Déjenme le pico al articulito de CNBC. Vamos a compartir esta tab. Ray Dalio dice que el bono a 10 años iba a subir a más de 5% y el riesgo va a continuar subiendo. ¿Cuándo es esto? Octubre del 2023. El 3 de octubre. ¿Quién se acuerda qué pasó el 7 de octubre de ese año? ¿Alguien se acuerda? Las coincidencias de la vida, ¿no? Están cabronas. ¿Alguien se acuerda? Eso fue cuando atacaron a Israel, ¿ok? ¿Y eso qué causó? Les voy a enseñar en la puta tabla, porque también es honestamente, algo de qué estar orgulloso. Voy a ponerla de un mes, voy a quitar mi HPDR. Vamos a compartir esta tabla con ustedes. Share this tab instead, son. Ok, ¿listos? Ray Dalio te dice en septiembre, en el primer día de octubre del 2023, que los bonos van a irse a no sé dónde y van a explotar y tope. Este fue el tope en octubre del 2023. Después, aunque no lo crean, lo volvieron a sacar en abril del 2024 junto con toda la gente que va a la televisión y empiezan a decir que la deuda y los bonos van a subir aún más de lo que deberían. Cada que salen en la televisión, aquí lo tienen. Después tuvimos este pico de mercado una vez más y ahorita estamos justamente acá. Pero ¿qué pueden ver por acá para la gente que está aprendiendo con nosotros? Podríamos argumentar que esto está llegando a un tope, ¿ok? Ray Dalio saliendo a decirme que la deuda aquí está a punto de explotar a la alza. Quiere decir que este es el tope de los bonos de Estados Unidos. Y ahorita les voy a decir qué significa esto, ¿ok? Eh, ok, eso quería que quedara claro. Esa es una. Voy a regresar a este tab. Eso es Ray Dalio. Aquí tienen a Bill Ackman en el New York Times en marzo del 2023 llorando que los bancos iban a colapsar una vez que ya habían colapsado y compró el fondo. ¿No me creen que esto fue lo que él hizo en el 2023? Cuando fue la fecha, marzo del 2023, cuando el mercado explota a la alza, empiezas a ver Bitcoin subir como loco. Hedge Fund Manager anuncia, Bill Ackman, nos dice de que el mundo se va a acabar con los bancos colapsando el 12 de marzo del 2023, damas y caballeros, 12 de marzo del 2023. Ok, perdón, no estaba compartiendo esto. Aquí está. Hedge Fund Manager Bill Ackman nos dice de que se va a venir esto el 2023 y luego nos pone acá todo lo que pasó. Ahora, una vez más, solamente quiero que se enfoquen en la fecha, marzo del 2023. Vamos a ir rápidamente a ver Bitcoin en la gráfica mensual. Se los voy a poner acá. ¿Qué pasó en marzo del 2023? Veamos. Abril, marzo del 2023. El mercado va a colapsar, los bancos. Ok. Gracias, señor Ackman. No, hombre, muchísimas gracias por sus grandes consejos. Cathy Wood ya se los he enseñado antes, 2021, etcétera. Esto es parte del teatro que se avientan todos estos tíos. Honestamente, es bastante sencillo entender ahora varias cosas. Uno, ¿dónde estás parado en el mercado con esto? Dos, cosas muy importantes para todos nosotros de saber y tener en mente es lo fácil. Estas personas o trabajan para la gente que mueve todo el dinero o son ellos, ¿no? No hay de otra, porque qué tan ridículo es que cada uno sea un personaje. Y también esto tiene que ver con también la simulación en la que estamos viviendo, señores. Y ahora, si tenía muchos de ustedes aquí y estaban de, wow, este imbécil tiene razón con lo que está diciendo, porque puedo ver las fechas y la gente que está diciéndolo y puedo regresar a cualquier cosa del pasado a ver lo que están diciendo. Por supuesto que sí. Pero ahora que ya les dije la simulación, probablemente perdí a varios de ustedes. Pero cabrones, hay varias cosas pasando el día de hoy que son muy extrañas, muy extrañas. Voy a empezar en X con mis bookmarks, ¿ok? Y esto es algo bastante interesante. Un segundo. Ok, esto es algo bastante interesante. En México, por alguna razón, y en Estados Unidos, están pasando estos videos de los chinos, de que los chinos crean los productos caros por muy poco dinero. O sea, como este gran hombre, el Max Ciudadano. Esto, y por cierto, toda esta gente tiene que ser bots. No hay manera que estos sean reales y ahorita les voy a enseñar el por qué, un segundo. No hay manera que estas sean personas reales, ¿ok? Después de lo que estamos viviendo con los chinos exponiendo las fábricas donde supuestamente se manufacturan las marcas de lujo, ¿alguien medianamente inteligente comprará esas marcas? ¿Alguien medianamente inteligente sabía esto hace 30 años? Mi queridísimo Mac, crack, ciudadano. Y ahora, ¿por qué todo el mundo lo pone? De la noche a la mañana. Los chinos están publicando cuánto valen lo de las fábricas, de los productos, bla, 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 y se vende por tanto. China amenaza con hacer públicos sus precios. ¿Por qué China se metería el pie y el pito en el ano a ellos mismos para decirle a todo el mundo, güey, lo que creamos es muy barato y deberías de pagarnos menos? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Aquí hay un juego bastante extraño que nos están tirando, cabrones. Y creen que estoy jugando, pero esto tiene algo que ver con lo que vaya a pasar o estén a punto de hacer, ¿ok? Yo sé que suena mucho palo, pero es en serio, es muy en serio. Ahora, déjenme comparto esto para acabar y vámonos ya con Farhan y con Alex. Quiero compartir esta cosa antes. Denme un segundito. ¿Cómo puedo compartir esto? Voy a stop my screen y déjenme les presento acá. Share screen, un segundo, a ver si se puede. Window, ahí está. Ok, no quiero enseñar eso. Entire screen. ¿Cómo putas puedo hacerlo sin que nadie vea la parte de abajo? Ahí está. ¿Y esta? ¿Qué pasa ahí? No, eso se ve peor porque pone todos mis teléfonos, así que no. A ver. Ah, ya sé qué está pasando. No lo estoy abriendo con preview. Ahí está. Perdón, ahí está. Share. Estas dos cuentas son completamente dos personas diferentes en X. ¿Ok? Y no entiendo por qué, vergas, todo el mundo. Ahora, probablemente sean bots. La mayor cantidad de gente que está en línea, yo sé que todos creemos que son personas. Yo creo que la mayor cantidad de gente que existe es bots. Esto es literalmente algo que me salió back to back. Le tomé el screenshot porque pueden ver los dos posts. I don't understand why people are using trade. I don't understand why people. Y ahora me van a decir, estos son comerciales sin ser comerciales. Sí, pero es a lo que voy. Y esto es lo que está pasando en todas las redes sociales. O todas están llenas de bots, cuentas que están intentando hacer dinero, o la gente es tan estúpida y tan floja que literalmente esta es nuestra realidad. Algo está pasando en la simulación el día de hoy, cabrones. Es lo único que les quiero decir. Algo está pasando. Estamos cerca, por cierto, del tope del mercado de bonos. Les quiero decir esto. Normalmente, y les voy a compartir esta pantalla rápido para cerrar, ¿ok? Normalmente, un segundo. Preview, stop screen, preview, share screen. Ahí está. Ok. ¿Lo están viendo? Sí. Déjenme, me pongo aquí abajo para que lo puedan ver mejor. Normalmente, y estos son bonos, el rendimiento, los bonos para la gente que no sepa y que les cueste trabajo entender, es básicamente prestarle dinero al gobierno de Estados Unidos y ellos te pagan una tasa, ¿no? Es como cuando tu primo, el que no tiene dinero, te pide prestado para nunca pagarte y te dice que te va a dar un rendimiento, que te va a dar pues, algo por encima del dinero que le prestaste. Esos son el rendimiento de los bonos. Cuando suben, eso quiere decir que Estados Unidos menos gente quiere comprarlos, ¿ok? Ok, quiero que vean estas fechas. Marzo del 2020 fue cuando caímos hasta el fondo del mercado, pero pueden ver que esta caída de los bonos fue recesión. O sea, fue lo que nos llevó a la caída del 2020. Ahora, esto es para abajo. ¿Por qué aquí arriba? Esto fue el fondo del mercado en el octubre del 2023 antes de despegar a la alza cuando bajaron. Esto fue en mayo del 2024 cuando todo cripto estaba en el piso. Bueno, Bitcoin estaba creo que en 49,000, 48,000 y así. Y luego todo subió una vez más hasta acá. Luego, esto es enero del 2025. Este fue el fondo, lo peor del mercado hasta ahora. Y ahora tuvimos este rally para abajo, que fue un poco lo que estamos viendo, esos rebotillos, más o menos. Aquí todavía no es tan claro. ¿Por qué les estoy enseñando esto? Les estoy enseñando esto por una cosa bastante sencilla. Porque normalmente cuando subes acá es malo. ¿No? Es lo que hemos visto por todos estos años. Pero ¿alguien puede entender por qué cuando bajó fue malo para la economía? Esto es lo que está pasando ahorita, este movimiento. Y este movimiento para mucha gente les están diciendo que se acabó el dólar. Les están diciendo que es el momento de salirte de él, que van a venir nuevas monedas. Es el momento de comprar oro y Bitcoin y todo esto. El dólar ya se perdió, está en lo más bajo. Una vez más, porque llevo con este cuento por un rato, el dólar va a tocar fondo, pero cuando suba y los bonos caigan, vamos a tener una recesión de no mames, o bueno, mínimo el impacto de mercado que tenemos que ver, eso es una. Y la otra cosa que va a pasar cuando veamos esto, esta dinámica es el dólar apreciándose como loco y destruyendo a todas las monedas. El par con el euro se va al culo. El par con el peso se va al culo. El par con todo. Eso quiere decir que tus pesos, 27 pesos por dólar, por ejemplo, ¿no? Que el euro va a estar abajo de la paridad, por ahí de los 90 centavos más o menos. Y esto es lo que ahí es cuando van a entender todos que esto y que todo el mundo diciéndoles, nuestros mismos gobernantes y toda la gente que es tan brillante en YouTube, que ha absolutamente capturado cada que Ray Dalio sale y les cuenta la misma historia una y otra vez y se la tragan una y otra vez, básicamente eso. Así que aquí lo tienen, estamos entrando en un nuevo paradigma mundial económico. Es parte de, lo estamos viviendo paso a paso, no caigan en las estupideces, no se preocupen, que Ray Dalio no les diga pendejadas. Ray Dalio es parte de esto, el jefe, uno de los jefes o uno de los que trabajan directamente para los jefes, que lo tengan en mente. Eso es todo. Vamos a hacer dinero, que oigan, este fin de semana, no sé qué ha estado pasando, pero ¿saben cuando estás en el casino tirando los dados y todo sale de tu lado? Eso me ha estado pasando en trading, no sé por qué, lo voy a tomar, gracias al cielo, pero ya estoy nervioso porque dices, güey, ¿cuál es la que voy a tirar que no me va a salir? Ya estoy nervioso, no se los voy a negar. Vámonos con a ver lo que necesiten. Para toda la gente que quiera unirse a nuestra comunidad, cáiganle por acá a nuestro Discord, está en el enlace abajo, es absolutamente gratis. Y aquí en nuestro Discord van a poder platicar con todos los miembros de la comunidad, es súper fácil de usar. A la izquierda tienes los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, tiene nuestro chat general donde hay más traders platicando todo el tiempo, dando diferentes ideas, etcétera. Vengan a compartir sus P&L cards con nosotros, vengan a contarnos cuánto ahora están haciendo o perdiendo. Son bastante liquidado, mi estimado Brian, te llevó. Pero bueno, Tomatito se llevó 280%. ¿Cómo puedes perder 1300%, Tomatito? ¿Qué está pasando? Brian, liquidado, liquidado, liquidado. 100%. ¿Qué está pasando por acá? ¿Qué trades estamos tomando? Criptolingo, vengan a también compartir con nosotros, bueno, vengan a aprender cualquier cosa que mencionamos acá en los en vivos, que no entiendan, aquí lo tienen también. Y pues aquí tienen de todo, de todo. Cualquiera de los enlaces que necesiten, aquí también los tienen. O si quieren tradear futuros, no gastarse un centavo porque ven los en vivos todo el tiempo, les recomiendo que se den una vuelta a nuestro sitio web y acá se metan a Tutos si quieren tradear futuros. Es absolutamente gratis ver esto. Le picas en cómo tradear en Bluffing y te va a enseñar este video. Rapidísimo, 5 minutos, vas a saber cómo fondear tu cuenta de futuros, cómo operarla, cómo hacer un corto, cómo hacer un long. Y simplemente aquí está la página de Bluffing. Y lo que está abajo es BTCC. En Bluffing hacemos todo esto de futuros con criptomonedas únicamente. Y en BTCC, que es el enlace abajo, tenemos también acciones tokenizadas, además de Forex y otras cosas. Así que si quieres comprar Tesla, Nvidia, AMD, todas esas cosas, hacerle un short, hacerle un long, también con nuestra página de BTCC, aquí está abajo el enlace y funciona idéntico que esto, cabrón. Idéntico, idéntico, idéntico. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, es todo. Vámonos al análisis de todo esto. My boys, guten morning. Guten motherfucking morning.
Buenos días, muchachos.
I know you waited all this time for this. Is Alex?
Yep.
Oh, there. Alex, I thought literally you were just not fazed by anything that we were saying and just had a. How are you? Oh, I
I'm
think
muted.
Doing good. Yes, I'm unmuted now. My Wi-Fi is a little slow, but it's fine. I'm doing well, boys. Doing
it's
well.
Monday. Let's fucking get this
We got a
done.
new
Yes, sir.
addition to the family over the weekend.
You got more pussy, didn't you?
Indeed, indeed. A little one named Luna. And yes, if you're wondering, it is indeed named after the cryptocurrency Luna.
So she's going to zero?
Maybe.
Well, I don't know whatever that means, but let's do this, boys. Shall we start with the Bitcoins?
We shall.
Definitely.
And we shall be very nervous. Ray Dalio is going out to give us a dire warning. Woo! Sorry. It's so fucking stupid all morning with that.
It's Jover.
It's Jover. That's right. It's absolutely over. Absolutely motherfucking over. Let's see. Mr. Farhan, thank you for sharing. Boom, 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 boom.
Alrighty. I think, which time will I start out with? Which one fits my bias the most? I'll do the 2-day because that fits my bias a lot.
Nice.
So the 2-day, I'm going to mention it before we get to the RSI, but the 2-day, which we just had a close the day before yesterday, on that close, it did confirm a hidden bullish divergence on the RSI, but we're going to get to that on the RSI chart. But not only did it confirm the hidden bullish divergence on the RS, or the regular bullish divergence on the RSI, if you notice here, it made a low right here on price at 80,682, and then it made a lower low at 76,286. But the momentum made a higher low, giving you bullish divergence on the HPDR momentum as well. The easy target is arguable has hit, which is the 21 EMA. Your next target off of continuation from that 21 is going to be the 55. And that 55 lines up perfectly with that top 38.2, right around the area where my bias is that it's going to be the next local top before we end up going lower. And that right now sits exactly at, they're both in the same area, $87,500. This is going to be the primed opportunity short, in my opinion. But this is your stop loss. This is one that I've even told my brother to take. If you wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, you could put this one as your stop loss. If you want to be more conservative, put this one as your stop loss, and that would be a risk of like 0.93%, not even 1% against you, versus if it plays out and it goes to that $69,000 area, that would be about 21%. That is literally 21 to 1 risk versus reward in your favor. Pretty good, if I do say so myself. Not only do we have that bullish divergence, but the 2-day is now freshly closed over the median. The last time that we had closed over the median freshly was, where is it? Not even here. Nope. 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 Oh, all the way back here, shit, in January, when price was trading in around the 96 to $100,000 area. Wow, that's quite significant to close over that median. And right now we're basing off of it and bouncing right off exactly the median. So as long as we're bouncing over the median, probabilities are that we're going to keep going to that top 38.2%, which right now is at the $87,500 area. Momentum is currently pointed to the upside on the 2-day, while volatility approaches we're somewhere around zero. It's still in a contraction phase. And look at the 2-day jewel, we started to lose the sell signal, flip into a neutral, and we're very close to breaking out of the bearish control zone. That's marked with a vertical line when we had that before. It wasn't. Let's look at similar curvature. Like that one. That one. Uh-oh. Let's just get rid of this. That one. Wow. Luna's got a little much energy right now.
Who's got the energy?
Luna.
Oh. Good for her. She must be young
Yeah, she's like 6 months.
and didn't drink last night and didn't eat any bullshit.
It's so funny because the people at the doctrine place told us that she was 6 years old, and I'm like, there's no fucking chances. I mean, 2 years old. There's no chance that she's 2 years old. It's got to be like 6 months.
You can tell in the teeth if they look fresh.
Yeah, they're like baby teeth.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one gave us a move of 53.7%.
Oh boy.
Fair warning, I don't think that's gonna happen now. This one, 28.8%. That one seems a lot more reasonable. This one seems even more reasonable than that one at about 8%. This one, 24%. It's very similar to that 28% number. This one is basically nothing. 30.6%. So somewhere around 3 to 8% is the minimum number. This one is quite large. Immediately a move of about 7%, very similar to the 8% number. And then over time, about 88%. 77%. 23%. Why is this line here? So immediately of about 15%, and then 88%, all in line with that 80-ish number. And the current one was right about here, and we've gone up about 8%. So we've done that low end 8% number. If we were to take it to somewhere around 50%, which I don't think, fair warning, I don't think it's gonna go there. That's around $120,000. I don't think it's gonna go there. I feel like somewhere around that 38.2% is gonna be the perfect area to find our top, and that would be right around 10%. So very in line with the low end number. Let me move monthly. Monthly right now is at the basically the wait, this switch doing the monthly, we'll do the index. Monthly right now, it does still have several rejections of the median. We are still currently bouncing off that 9 EMA. We have not solidly reclaimed lost it just yet. Once we lose that 9 EMA, which I think is going to happen off of this next rejection off of 88.7 to 88K, probably going to capitulate towards this bottom 38.2%, landing up in this 21 EMA right around $67,000 to $68,000. Very high probability you're going to go there, especially since you see the momentum has dropped below the moving average with volatility expansion. And that hasn't really happened since this drop here, which was about 33%. And then we had it right over here, and this dump of spring of 2021. So we would take roughly 33% from here, like we had, where was it? Over here. It was from this point, how much did we dump? Was it right here? Volatility expanded. This was about 27%. So let's take 27% from here. Brings us to about $61,000. Very interesting. Right around that 50%. Come on. And if you look at the quarterly untethered dominance, we are currently also rejecting the median, but we have yet to test that 90 MA. Once you lose the 90 MA is when you go to the bottom 38.2%. Over here, our previous major bottom around July of 2024 was right to that 90 MA. And then once we actually started to lose 90 MA, that was a bear market. Like if you see here in April of 2022, lost the 90 MA, lost the 21, and then went a little bit lower before finding our actual bottom. Over here, you lost the 9 EMA, you went all the way down to 21, you grinded it out there, then you went up to technically a new cycle high, which I don't really consider a new cycle high. As of right now, on the quarterly, we are bouncing off the 5. And usually, whenever you do bounce off the 5 and you're able to hold that as a closure, you go up to the median. So my bias is that we close this quarterly red and we close below the 5. And the quarterly is also starting to drop below the moving average momentum with volatility expanding. Last time we had that was back over here in January of 2022. Two-week is now freshly closed, and we closed as a nice kind of sort of a bottoming candle, basically like a hammerhead. And this would be seen as a hanging man after a long uptrend, but we're seeing it on the way down, and we're seeing it maintain the 21 EMA. So still probabilities are that we're going to come back up to test somewhere around this 9, which sits right around that $87,000 area. Once you start to close over that 9 on a 2-week basis, that's what makes into probability a much stronger rally, and that's where you probably see somewhere around that 38.2%, right around $94,000 to $96,000. That's only once you start to close over that 90 MA, and you're actually probably going to go higher. You're probably going to go to the top 38.2%. That happens. That's what happened every single time. Reclaim that 9, 38.2%. hold that 9, 38.2% every single time. And right now that 38.2% sits at a pretty crazy number at $160,000. I don't feel that that's gonna happen. I'm just gonna tell you now. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Where's
I think
9?
it might.
The 9?
9 is at $87,000, 87.2.
Got it. Oh, yeah.
So we're probably gonna close below that 9. And right now, what tells you that's also likely is the momentum is still pointed downwards on the 2 weeks, still within the bearish control zone while volatility expands. And now we've got a pretty fucking epic jewel cell signal with the pink freshly crossing below the yellow and the dark blue losing the bullish control zone. A lot more likely this is going to reject, and you're probably going to break down towards the 55, right around the low $60,000 area. And if you remember the quarterly 38.2% number at around $51,000 lines up with our 2-week 100. Weekly is starting to flip up on momentum with volatility contracting, telling you this is likely going to be a corrective bounce while the jewel starts to lose its sell signal and curve over into a neutral signal. But it still has that pink crossing below the yellow sign. Very likely, if you continue this bounce up, you'll go somewhere between this 21 and this 38.2%. I feel like 38.2% is a little bit more likely, and that gives us basically the perfect invalidation. So 38.2% it's at $88,386, and your invalidation is at 88,656. That is an invalidation of 0.44%. Pretty wild versus in your favor of 21%. So that is like 40 to 1 odds. Pretty wild, pretty crazy. And once momentum once price gets around that 38.2%, very likely your momentum is going to be a reset point where it could once again flip back over with volatility support. This one I feel like it's just like such a no-brained, easy money short. Where even if you're wrong by like, let's say you use even a 20x, you're wrong by 8%.
Yeah, nothing.
5-day, we're currently holding that bottom 38.2% with momentum breaking out of the bearish control zone, volatility fully resetting. Pretty interesting how the jewel has completely skipped the neutral phase and went straight to a buy phase. That's funny. Likely you're going to continue upwards somewhere around this 21 and this median, which even if we're bullish is going to be resistance to first tap around right around $87,000. 87.6. 2 days also pointed upwards on momentum with volatility. Well, we already mentioned the 2-day, and the 2-day is now closed over that 100. So we're came back to the median, but now we're looking for it to once again close over the 100, and that'll give us that move towards 87.5. But you don't want to go out there. Fibonacci's going to kill you. On the daily, momentum is just about to break into the bullish control zone while volatility is pointed up, and the daily is giving a pretty nice jewel signal with the buy signal breaking out of the bearish control zone. Still over that 38.2%. As long as we hold it at around $83,400-ish, we're likely going to continue upwards to test that 100 right around 87.7 to 87.5. And I love how that 100 is now starting to perfectly line up with this 200.
Damn.
I've been holding this long for quite a minute.
Look at you,
Now,
community member. At this point, you're a community member now. You're a
Bitcoin
Satoshi
community member.
Exactly.
Now, if you look at the 8-hour, on this next 8-hour close in 1 hour and 48 minutes, so I've been watching recently. Come on. We have a fresh silver cross to the upside, just about to happen. When this next 8-hour closes, as long as we're closing over $82,760, this isn't a silver cross. And that, well, once it crosses, likely gives us a nice little pump on the cross towards, oh, what do you know, that $87,500 area. Beautiful. 6 hours already done the silver cross, and if you look where our current bottom is right now, we have bounced right off of that 9 EMA. So as long as we continue to hold this 9 and this 38.2, ideally this 200 should send us up towards this top 38.2, right around $87,000. Maybe the 50%, which is 87.6. I'm leading towards the 50%. 4 hours still technically in upwards momentum, while it has curved down, still above the moving average, while volatility still continues to reset. And we're still maintaining over this 9 EMA. Just want to see a close over the median, and that should send us up towards that $87,000 area. Let's go back to the monthly and go to Tether. Tether on the long-term time frames is looking very bullish, where momentum is now freshly flipping up, getting out of the bearish control zone. The jewel is giving us a buy signal and breaking out of the bearish control zone. It's looking quite good. All we want to see is for this monthly price to reclaim this 38.2% of this meme line here. And that is probably going to cause our capitulation on Bitcoin right up to that top meme line and on that median at around 7%. And if you look at, no, this is not too important. 2-week right now is putting in a little bit of a topping candle, which I could see it come back. But the significance is that it has closed over the 55. So I could see a move down since we have projected this 38.2% towards somewhere around this, maybe somewhere around this 55 to 5 EMA towards this 100, which does line up with all this 9 and 21. So anywhere in this zone here, I would see a move down, retest this area, and then break out there with top. Oh my God. This little kitty tried to jump on the shelf, knocked everything down. On momentum right now on the 2-week, it's still pointed to the upside. Just about to get into the critical zone while volatility is expanding. And if you look at the jewel now, we are so close to getting that pink crossing over to yellow, and it's happening in the bearish control zone. This is a pretty massive signal. This is likely going to send Tether dominance to somewhere around minimum this 7% area, but probably higher.
Goddamn.
Weekly on Tether is now starting to flip down, which lines up with Bitcoin getting that short and medium term bounce, while weekly is very, very close to putting in a fresh silver cross. Where if you do continue down, somewhere around that 9 is going to be a perfect area for our next look higher low, while we can and then to continue upwards from there. 5 day, I believe, already did it. Yep, 5 days already freshly silver cross to the upside on Tether. Last time we had a fresh silver cross like this was nope. Right here in December of 2021. Interesting. Kind of seems like it's Joven. Daily is also freshly flipped down, which tells you in the short term, it's probably Tether's probably going to go down while Bitcoin probably goes up. We're in the bearish control zone, and now we're getting a pretty nice sell signal, and it's happening in the bullish control zone too. Mark with a vertical line when we got this pink crossing below yellow within the bullish control zone. Pink crossing below yellow right here. Oh, this is a pretty nice one too. Oh, come on. That's not the bullish control zone. Yeah, this kitty is causing all types of shit in my closet right now. But I gotta keep them separated, or Fibonacci might kill her.
Yeah, he's not happy, huh? He's
He's so pissed off.
Oh yeah, he's an only child. Meow.
The dates
Your
are very
pussy's making
interesting.
Why?
October 2022.
Oh, well, no, it was 2023. That was the bottom of the market in traditional markets, October 2022.
So we bounced a little bit. Bounced about 5% before dumping 11.4%.
To the bottom. No, went down more. Oh, this is Tether. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's 23% down. %. It's not going to be a massive move. It's going to be a move to put in a higher low, most likely. That one's pretty big. Oh, not even that big, 23%. Although 23% down on Tether probably goes with like 40% up on Bitcoin. So that's probably
Bitcoin,
not going to
yeah.
happen. Come on, where's the next one? There we go. 8%. Probably more in line with what's going to happen. We've already gone down quite a bit. Down about 7%. So we take it right down to that 55, right around 8.8 to 9%. Very interesting. Right along the point where I think we're probably going to jump to, make our next higher low, flip back around, and then go up from there. Now let's go to the other side. It's called The Art of the Deal. You wouldn't know anything about it.
It's the art of the deal. It's a great book. People read it. They liked it. They really liked it. They enjoy it. It's a great book. I wrote it.
Did you really, Donald?
Someone else that I know wrote it, but I paid him.
Did you read it, Donald? Did you read it?
Have you read it, Donald?
I've not read the book. I've been really busy with other stuff, talking about tariffs and talking to Xi Jinping about where he's gonna make my next pair of pants. They gotta be cheap, very low quality they make out there.
Main thing, we talk all the time, me and G. G says he's got a bigger dick than me, but I think it's Cap.
I don't know.
Well,
Good morning, everyone. Good Monday. Happy Monday.
happy Monday, boys.
On the quarterly RSI right now in Bitcoin, we're very close to invalidating the hidden bullish divergence. 3 drives currently. It will be invalidated if we close below $76,702. That will also confirm your quarterly bearish divergence, giving you an absolute minimum target of this 9 EMA, about $67,000. Very likely that bounce leads up into a failure into that 5. It rejects the 5, probably goes into the 21, and I'm guessing somewhere around here is going to be our next bear market bottom between like 46 and like, let's say 30-ish. Worst case scenario, I'll give you like a $30,000 area, but I'm guessing somewhere in the low to mid 40s is where we're going to find our bottom. Still possible that $30,000 area. I'm just less inclined to say we're going to go there, unless something happens like on the scale of FTX.
Well, sir, let's just say that we need those yields to come down a heart so that we can provide liquidity to the world. So something quite serious will happen. I don't know what the fuck it is. Could be a one-day thing, could be a week thing, kind of like COVID, but something fucking fucked up is going to happen for sure. It's needed.
I'm interested to see what it's going to be, and hopefully it doesn't hurt me here in Mexico.
No, it's on the charts. We're good. As long as we don't have all of our money on a long and round trip. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, we know all about the round trips.
Oh yeah.
Always.
That's the ticket we get. Sometimes we're lucky enough to just stay at the destination, but most of the times we come back.
Oh yeah, we always come back. You got to come home, like a certain friend of ours likes to say. Got to come home. It's gonna be funny to meet.
Gotta come home at some point.
It's gonna be so funny to meet him, considering he's blocked me.
Going to a party with him. We'll talk about
so on the monthly RSI on Bitcoin, we have confirmed not only the RSI, we've confirmed it on the RSI, we've confirmed it on the stochastic, confirmed it on the Joule, confirmed it on every single momentum indicator of monthly bearish divergence. One little piece of hopium, which is very long-term hopium, is that there is a massive inverse head and shoulders on the RSI. So right now, what lines up with our first big bounce area, if you guys remember that $61,000 area, is the middle zone of our RSI, which is at $61,000. Well, likely you're going to get a big bounce from there, leading you up to somewhere around $75,000. At that point, the RSI will readjust, taking you back to the middle zone of the RSI. At that point, I'm guessing it's going to be in the 40s, but we're going to have to see what it is at that point. That will likely hold, keeping this inverse head and shoulders active, giving us a upwards target of which will update. But as of right now, it's telling you it's somewhere around $461,000. Maybe it updates, but even if it goes in half, it's going to be like $230,000, which is still a pretty insane number. but that's not going to hit for until the next cycle. So you got to keep that in mind. Not get too much OP into that. Six-figure number is in the next cycle. QE currently also has many drives of bearish divergence active. Going to be active as long as you're closing below $88,700. That's going to be a
Whoa.
very, very, very significant level at that $88,700 level. Because if you can start to close over $88,700, you're not just going to new all-time highs, you're going to significantly new all-time highs.
I'm saving that because price loves going to those points.
Yep, and that's basically the invalidation in our Academy short.
Yeah. It's going to be brutal.
It's going to be the most brutal. The most beautiful bear market you've ever seen.
By the way,
Yes.
can I tell you what was another sign that we already topped for those who are chasing another top? People were listening to Scottie Pippen about Bitcoin. like no one realized how stupid and crazy that is.
He was posting those charts of Bitcoin with like you're right here. They're trying to shake you out of your coins.
Yeah, dude. Like it's Scottie Pippen. Come on.
It was identical to shit you seen in 2021.
Yeah, that's why. These things keep repeating themselves. That he's a new player, though. New player. I like
some
he
bearish
knows
opium
Satoshi.
though.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, he knows him. He knows him perfectly, but he won't tell us who it is.
Good. What a good man.
Some bearish opium right here is we have a fresh silver cross to the downside on the 3-day, and as of right now, our top of $86,060 is basically a rejection of the silver cross. I could see it a little bit higher, but like it would make sense to just reject from here while everyone thinks we're going to 87s and just dump it to this 200 from here. That would be very fucky. Not only would it stop me out of my long before I TP'd, but then it would front run my short.
That would be fucking terrible, dude. You need to separate those a little bit. You need to separate those a little bit because if this scenario plays out and you're completely left the fuck out of the play, would be ridiculous.
A little bit of hopium right now is we're just around the neutral zone of the RSI, so it does make sense to tap it in the neutral zone right now and sits at $87,000. And we currently do have that bullish divergence, which would target the neutral zone. 2-day, come on. 2-day right now, it has 3 drives of bullish divergence active, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing above $74,441. Your next target would be somewhere around, it's going to update, so I can't give you an accurate target right now, but bullish control zone right now sits at $93,000. Don't think it's going to go that high though. I feel like this number is going to update, or maybe I'm wrong and it goes up to 94s and then 160.
Well, I already told you that one of the key players that like is always on, he's saying that 92 is coming. So we know 92 is not coming. The question is, could it be 94?
92 would be the target of this RSI, inverse head and shoulders, 92.4. So maybe it goes higher. And you got that jewel signal on the daily too, which is pretty powerful. Come on. Give me something, Bitcoin.
I've been max extracting profits from Bitcoin.
Oh,
so
interesting.
very
Finally found something that agrees with my bias. Many drives have hidden bullish divergence on the 2-hour. It's going to be active as long as you're closing above $84,058. And your next target would be the bullish control zone, which is at 86,250. You want to see it close over 85,244 to get that. Johnson and Johnson.
Get your kids a vaccine. Well, we're gonna have to start doing that. Johnson and Johnson sponsoring Elite Trading Academy. Do you want to get vaccinated and perhaps die instantly? What about maybe get a little heart disease? Well, At Johnson & Johnson, we focus on your heart problems. We want to make sure that you die as soon as possible. Johnson & Johnson, take our vaccine
Well,
and fucking die. Thank you, Johnson &
lo-
Johnson, for sponsoring this. Really appreciate it.
That was a good sponsor. Yeah.
lobotomy is included for free.
Sorry, sir. It's Monday.
So
Sorry, everyone.
this is turning out to be like quite the fucky candle right here. What I think is going to happen, because it's shaping up to what people are going to say is hammer off of the 5 EMA, saying all right, it's back on, bull market is back on, probably going to go to new all-time highs, bouncing off that 5 EMA. It'll be very funny if we go up to the $87,000 area and then turn this green candle into a massive red one before this quarterly closes. We still have 2 months and 17 days left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. And momentum is currently flipping to the downside, and it will flip down if we close this quarterly below $93,000. The hope PM is that it is currently flipped up, but we are very much below this pivot. We're like almost $10,000 below this pivot. Monthly is currently already flipped down with that volatility set up. Last time we had this volatility set up on a monthly, momentum flip down and bearish divergence confirmed was right here before Luna happened. Before this little hidden Luna happened. What a little creature that caused so much pain.
What was his name? Daquan,
Do Kwon.
Taekwondo, Doquan.
Do Kwon was the biggest douchebag on all of crypto Twitter. Kind of deserved to have that happen to him.
Don't talk about Daquan like that. He had a lot of tailwinds behind him, and it was great while he was around.
Now he's getting some tailwinds by a guy named Tyrone.
Now he's getting. Well said.
2 week also has that volatility set up just like the monthly with confirmed bearish divergence. And last time we had that was also during the Luna collapse. And momentum is going to be flipped down as long as you're below basically $100,000 right now. Weekly is also giving a volatility setup. Momentum is currently, well, actually, weekly is to the upside, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over $79,600. Last time we flipped weekly up was right over here. We went to new all-time highs, flipped it up over here. We went to new all-time highs, flipped it up over here, went to new all-time highs. Interesting. Weekly is not in the downtrend, so we don't have any possible hidden bullish divergence. 5 days already also flipped up with volatility contraction, likely putting in a lower high. If we go higher, that $88,000 area is going to be the spot. And we're currently flipped up above $79,800. Come on. 2 days also flipped up. Volatility is very close to starting to contract. It's rejecting getting into the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up above $81,850. Daily as well as flipped up, starting to flip the DMI now green. The directional movement index, very interesting. When's the last time that we flipped this green from red? Flipped it a little bit right here, bounced up towards basically that lower high for the dump. Then we flipped it green momentarily right here. Once again, lower high. Flipped it green momentarily right here. Lower. No, it's a new all-time high. Not a lower high. And 4 hour. Come on. 4 hours now starting to freshly turn back up, giving us the volatility setup too, below 15%, maintaining the bullish control zone, and we will remain to the upside as long as we're above $84,750. Right now, it is with the significance of this holding the bullish control zone, does make it like this volatility setup is going to apply to the upside. Well, on Bitcoin right now, all the high time frames are aligned to the downside. Quarterly is very close to giving us the bearish divergence. Monthly has already fired off the bearish divergence on basically every single momentum time frame. Monthly and 2-week are giving you volatility setups with the bearish divergence. The only time frames are kind of bullish right now are the low time frames with momentum to the upside, with volatility contracting, making it likely we be testing around with bullish divergence on the 2-day and the 3-day. They'd be likely to retest them around $87,000 to $88,000. Pretty high probability we reject there based off the monthly bearish divergence and momentum being to the downside. And probably that takes us down to around 61 to 63 for a short-term or medium-term bounce. Maybe it takes us up to 75,000 to tap the monthly 5 EMA. Likely rejects that area. And then I would be looking for somewhere around the low to mid 40s. In validation of all of this is getting a daily close above $88,700. If you get that, then you're likely going to put a new all-time highs, probably, which I don't think is going to happen.
I don't know. Tailwinds.
Always the tailwind, Scott.
Always. Good morning,
You gotta
everyone.
be careful,
Good
you
morning.
might get the wrong type of tailwinds, like
Yeah.
Do Kwon is currently getting.
All right, let's see here. So, what are we dealing with here? Bitcoin's looking not the worst, honestly, going into this week. Across the board, in my opinion. I mean, stocks honestly closed impressively, specifically ES1 on Friday. We were specifically talking about ES1 reclaiming that 5,330. It was super key. Reclaiming this and holding will just, in my opinion, drive us to the next objective, which we're basically currently there. It's 5,500. This is significant because, in my opinion, bulls are really close to actually flipping this to a daily trend. We start really taking out, April 10th high, and ES1, in my opinion, will look like it's going to go all the way back up to 5,700. Now, this is important, specifically if you're trading risk on, if you're looking at stocks and correlation to Bitcoin. Because what we have right now is Bitcoin's honestly not looking the worst. Over the weekend, I identified this pattern, inverse head and shoulders. Yeah, I got that right. And it just looked very clean. You had the left shoulder, the right shoulder. I honestly wanted this right shoulder to be more formed out. You could see just on a wick basis, it, essentially did it. But it would have been nice if it went actually as so. But very much so with these patterns, you can't just get perfection. This to me looks very valid. This technically would give you a measured move to 91,000. Now I'm looking at this as just giving me confluence of my idea, specifically with Bitcoin going up, one more leg up, closer to the $88,000 mark. And you have to honestly assume that 88,000 is going to be a major rejection point, because if you start actually breaking above $88,000, you're essentially now testing the weekly downtrend. And if you could potentially, flip this weekly downtrend back up, that would be, not good for, let's say, Bitcoin bears. Because what we've seen is, we've had these very shallow, kind of downtrends where it's just kind of choppy, slow to form. And you're not really getting that like playbook where you're just like capitulating, more just slow grinding down. And what we don't want is Bitcoin to then flip the weekly trend back up. You can just see in doing so right here on this high here, that essentially was where we started to just move up once the weekly trend started to shift. Weekly EMA 9 held as support. From that point, you essentially got a free, easy move up, I should say, from the 65s all the way up to the 100Ks. So Bitcoin's at a very crucial spot. I mean, you're almost at resistance. I do think right now, if you're shorting into this zone, you're not dumb in my opinion, but it just seems quite aggressive, because Bitcoin to me still looks like it's going to go up. What we had on, I think 2 days ago or a day ago, we had the witch setup. Now, the witch setup is essentially just a bull and bear moon setup. And these can often at least help you gauge, local bottoms and local tops, generally speaking. I know it seems a little crazy, like a little, crystal girly, but it does work actually. And it has like a 78% hit rate. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive overall. We can't disregard that. And what we had going into the weekend essentially was a nice, witch moon which is a bull moon, which set up leading into that bull moon. Now, we've seen the last bull moon. It did slow grind us up where we ultimately did break down. But from that, signal here, we ended up going up, 9%. So, if we just take the same exact logic within this range here, printed the bull moon, we're up 2%, 9% would take us closer to, actually, it's quite odd, take us closer right to that target of the inverse head and shoulders. If you take this to the, high here, and just like a real conservative target, and you could argue you could take it to the top, but, you technically would be, let me see here. Oh, yeah, it'd be right here. So, you would be technically pressing around 89,000. So, that's just interesting to see that, if you took it to the top of here, then you're getting closer to 91, to my opinion. So that is interesting to see. 9% up. Last bull moon did print 9%, within a few, by essentially the end of the month. So just kind of like, it's interesting because towards the second half of March is when we got that bull moon, and then towards the end we just kind of slow grinded up and flirted around that estimate 200, which is significant. Because even if you don't like, the witch setup, even if you're just like, whatever, that's not really relevant, you still can't disregard the fact that, okay, well, we are gaining structure here. Bulls are trying to defend exactly where we need them to, which is that EMA 21 on the daily, right? It's very obvious when you're aggressively shorting, you just find, zones on Bitcoin, specifically on the daily, where it likes to reject. And so what you'll notice with this daily 21 is you either SFP it and lose it, or you just reject it and end up coming down. You can kind of see the rallies, ended up kind of stopping around that 21. Very much so like what we saw here on April 9th, stopped the rally, rejected, reclaimed it. And now what we're doing is holding this as support. You could even make the argument this is some kind of, daily bull flag. Probably looks better on the 12-hour. So, not the cleanest, but you could argue this is some bull flag forming, which is, what you generally would see with Bitcoin going continuing up is, you form these lower time frame bull flags. Now, I was trying to go into Friday short. Now we got stopped out, and that's just how the name of the trade goes. But then I've been patiently sitting on my hands because I do think as of right now, you're not really getting any kind of short idea. What Bitcoin's going to be doing is it's going to kind of be trapping shorts in this zone. I had a few people DM yesterday saying they were short. In my opinion, it's just not the time yet, but very, very soon. And there's a reason for that, because when you start shorting into here and you get one more leg up, takes all the stops, it's often when all of the shorts are out, flip-flopped, and then we can move down. And you have seen it before in this 88,000 zone, reject pretty harshly. This was essentially a tap and go scenario where you literally tapped it and then you dumped. And then from that point, you formed just lower time frame, lower highs, leading to a nice dumperoonie. So, we have to just assume that this $88,000 region's very important. And luckily for us right now, it's all kind of coming around the same region we'd already be looking at anyways. We understand the weekly nine's been holding Bitcoin down. Would you really be surprised if we started to wick above it, just simply based on the fact that we've hit it a few times already? Would not surprise me. And what you'll notice is that 21 is sitting right around 86,700. So, just giving us more of an idea that, yeah, we definitely could see higher, but we generally should start, looking to de-risk longs in this zone. We're calling for a move back up when Bitcoin is at 75. We were, cognizant of the idea of a rejection around the 83s, 82.2. We did not do that. And so now we have to flip gauges and really look at slightly higher. But what you'll notice is as Bitcoin goes up higher, you're going to have a lot more shorts not shorting anymore. You're going to have longs moving their TPs up. That is exactly what you want in this environment is, kind of more being more kind of selfish and greedy with your entries to the long, because then that is what often brews the big moves down, is when you capitulate those longs. So for me now, it's very simple. I'm not really shorting the daily EMA 200 deviation. I find often there's probably going to be a lot of chop in that scenario, especially when, let's say, you're losing, like yesterday, losing the 4-hour EMA 200 and the 34, holding the 21. But if you just like take a glance at the lower time frames, you're still above the 4-hour EMA 100. And that's very significant, because as long as we are above that EMA 100, and I've showed this before on stream, it's a very simple criteria. And this is kind of where I went wrong on Friday, and perfectly fine to admit it. You know, we essentially don't like to short when this is above the 4-hour EMA 100. Generally, when you get above that, you often then get the momentum to, at very minimum, go to the 12-hour. Now, what you'll notice is you're already pressing it. This is why we're getting somewhat of resistance around here, but also specifically because of the weekly 9. So, I mean, we don't want to disregard the zone we're at now on Bitcoin. We understand, yes, we can go up a little higher. If Bitcoin starts taking out, March 24's high, I'm going to be wrong on this idea. What you're going to then see is weekly trend shift. You're going to see the weekly 9 get reclaimed. And at that point, then as well, the 21 will be reclaimed. And I believe the 34 is already reclaimed. So, you know, it's like, okay, we reclaim the 34. Generally, we get to move up to the 21. Going to need to start seeing this reject. In doing so, there still can be some kind of weekly lower high. And that's kind of the idea. This is what Farn was saying is, you know, with this short setup brewing here, you're essentially getting such a tight risk to reward trade that it's almost to a certain point like free money, just based on the risk to return, risk to reward. You know, you're essentially popping in. If you do get, like, let's say the $88,000 short here, I mean, you essentially can have your stop being, you know, less than essentially 1%, which is always amazing, specifically when we know the TP is still brewing right around 65,000. So I still think we're just in a downtrend. Now, downtrends often do give us nice little mean reversion bounces, like what we're seeing now. And this is pretty impressive, I will say. You know, from essentially that 74,500, which of course Bitcoin had to front run it slightly. We were always talking about 73,800. Let's see CME. It gives me more, at least, biased here. You know, we got the support tap, made a lot of sense. That was essentially March's high that then marked that weekly downtrend to chop. So again, I mean, it made sense at this point. We're in a big range. That's how I'm gauging Bitcoin. It's just being in a big range. Now CME tells kind of a different picture. And CME says that, yeah, no, we definitely can go up higher. We see here that we did put in a major bottom candle on the last weekly. Very interesting to see that. So generally, then you wouldn't want to see this go under this wick low. So then you'd be gauging a move back up to the, like I said, the 21 on the weekly. As you can see, this has been a big rejection point. So it's going to be quite important then for us to actually reclaim this zone. In doing so, we probably then could see 93,000 to 94,000. Probably then correlates with Bitcoin playing out the head and shoulders that I showed on the daily, giving us that measured move at minimum to like 88,000 to 91K. 91K is very interesting to me because what you're seeing with that is the zone that we've been talking about. Notice this zone where support, lots of support here. You know, we broke down. We never have gotten that weekly test yet. So if, let's say, Bitcoin wanted to be extra dirty, what would be the scenario where it'd be dirty? Well, what would be extra dirty is, while we're getting all of, people shorting into this zone here, we actually do like a little Tallahassee rug pull, and we take out all the stops, quickly bearish retest this zone, and then dump. You can't tell me Bitcoin doesn't like to quickly trend shift, trap longs, and then dump. That to me would be pretty dirty. But nevertheless, still a scenario we still won't disregard. But why I won't want to see that is just simply based on you'd be very far from the daily EMA 100. And as history has shown, if I go back to past bear markets, this daily EMA 100 should act as, generally a short opportunity, specifically when you are early in the bear market. Generally, you do harshly reject this. Now, if we look at the scenarios here, you can notice you did slightly front run it. So there is that. But I mean, from that, if you came into this zone saying a bounce first, going back up to the 50s, you would have been able to catch a pretty nice short going into the idea that the daily EMA 100's going to reject. Same with this zone here. You would have, again, printed 25% on that trade after just printing another 20 something percent. And then lastly, you would have had this SFP trade here. That again would have printed 15%. So that's just 3 trades within this bear market where it did prove like that this does work out nicely. Yes, we did reclaim it here, but even on this SFP, it's like, okay, we reclaimed it. Let me cut my short here. Okay, we go up, USFP. You literally put in a bearish retest and then go down. So, I mean, it's as simple as it possibly could be at this point, leading to essentially a 58% move down on the shorts. Really a good time if you're a bear. So I have to use the same exact logic. It's like, yes, we could go up a little higher. I'm not going to understand that. That move would probably leave us a nasty wick and be another liquidity grab scenario. But until then, I'm now gauging this daily EMA 100 in confluence to the SMA 200 as the spot. This is just like it's written in the stars. We already had one rejection here leading to a major breakdown. I know to the book says use the SMA 200. On Bitcoin, I really like the EMA 100. Why not use both? Luckily for us, they're coming in right around the same zone. Now let's look at the rainbow chart and see if we see anything because, actually HVR was looking pretty good yesterday. It's like what we had here was just like a breakout, and then what we had was a back test of the 21 leading to a 38.2% back test before then getting the expansion, which then would have given you confluence that, yeah, this inverse head and shoulders is actually quite valid because we are in breakout posturing and we are positioning to go up on the charts. It's not like we're losing the 38.2%. No. We actually have a median reclaim. This, again, like I said, going really down into yesterday's close. That's always an interesting point. Whenever I see that, I've just seen green dildos follow whenever you're above, like right around it, and then it just dramatically goes down. Very interesting to see, or vice versa when it dramatically goes up. Technically speaking, what you're seeing here is the next target is the 61.8%. It is right around 87,200. So, it's like the extremity trade will be the 88,000 short with the stop loss of like 88,700. But we very well could just like quickly go up, very ever so slightly tap 87.4 and then go down. So you have like a lot of weird scenarios on Bitcoin. You're either going to front run this zone, not go to 88s and harshly reject, or you're going to tap this EMA 100 first go, and it's going to lead to a really nice short opportunity. Or the worst case scenario, which is no, we're going to go all the way back up to the 91s. On the weekly, we're going to just put in nothing more than a major bearish retest of what was lost support. We're going to take out all of the shorts trying to short here. And we're going to just, again, trap bulls. And this will just be nothing more than a bearish retest after a major SFP. So, you got options here. If you're feeling a little dirty, you got options here. And in my opinion, it is time to lock in because, Bitcoin right now is going to give us another major short very soon, in my opinion. I really don't see us breaking the weekly trend, but if that does occur, daily EMA 100 gets reclaimed, weekly 9's reclaimed. I mean, you all know where I stand at that point. At that point, I'm not going to be a psychopath being bearish, but there is still legitimate reasons to, be cautious here. Start TPing some longs, de-risking and getting ready for the big short, because it's not going to be very easy on the chart where we may just get 88,000 and then get rich. We very well could reject here at this weekly 9. Could reject it like 86.7, or even take out all these wicks here and then go up all the way to 91s. It's going to be a little hard, but if you do lock in, I think it will pay. Let's look at the index here. Something to note on this is, yeah, weekly is still contracting. We're still above the moving average. So that is significant. So you actually see that flip under it, will be more reset. We still see a volatility setup on the 2-week, very significant. 2-week and monthly go hand in hand. Whenever you do see these fire off, notice the monthly and then notice notice the 2-week and then notice the monthly here. Right, and then we'll go to the monthly. Whenever you have a setup hand in hand, these are giant moves. Still, nothing is telling us that this is going to, bust up to the upside quite yet, in my opinion. So, I mean, Bitcoin's it's looking okay. It really is. I was okay being wrong on the short idea. I forgot where our stop was going into Friday. But I will say, I mean, once it took out our stop, we did squeeze up like a few thousand more. I think 1,500 more. And that's good. That's good stop loss placement. So we essentially now, if we're just now sticking to meme lines rather than like the HBDR and moving averages, you can even see now the meme lines are saying, yeah, no, we're good to go up too. We're now in a new range here. We essentially were trying to lose this range. Now we're in this range. Let me get off the 30 minutes so I look less degenerate. Go to the hourly, more respectable hourly time frame. And now what you see is, we're getting up to the top of the range. This has been a rejection area. So, we want to see 86,000 now get reclaimed. We said 84,000 start getting reclaimed. You're going to get a nice move up to the 88s. I want to start seeing that fulfill and actually fill our shorts. And the idea would be the test just move up really aggressively. That's just part of the trap scenario now. Okay.
Yeah, I would also say pre-game this as much as possible for everyone so that in the moment you're not caught with your pants down with whatever your scenario is, whether you're entering with a short, have your stops, all that stuff. Just have it ready because whenever it feels like it won't stick, and you said it won't stick around for a long time for the opportunity to be taken by everyone. It feels like it's going to get there and then fuck off, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that's just what past history has shown us. I mean, you really do play around the daily EMA 100 a lot on Bitcoin if you are in a bear. This is slightly interesting to me because, tether dominance actually is looking quite nasty. I mean, very obvious daily downtrend here. Losing major support. We talked about that zone. It's like, it's not holding that 5.92%, pops you back into this range, went back to the 5.58%. But now what you're noticing is we're even breaking down from there. Now, yes, we could easily start bouncing from here as shown on the LARP lines. But, you're as a bull going to need this 34 to hold. It actually reminds me of this zone here, right? It's like, remember when we were like really not looking good on tether dominance, but what held was the 34, and then that led to a giant green dildo. Could be the same scenario, actually. We just need to start seeing this 34 actually hold. But not really actually the worst yet. I'm liking the way these wicks are forming, actually. Now, if this starts taking out this low, then yeah, this shit's probably cooked. We're probably going to go back to 5.23%. And that probably means we're going to 91s, actually. So we probably need to reevaluate the 88K short. But until then, I mean, you very well could form some structure here on the daily. As long as we don't take this wick low, this could look okay as long as it holds above 5.4%, in my opinion. We do see tether dominance. It does like to grind out here at the 34 and wick below it. Very, very easily can wick below it. And we saw that in all occurrences. So it's a 1.3% below. 1.0.
Massive pump currently.
Yep.
0.78%. So, we definitely have seen it, but this is kind of like, this could give you confidence that, okay, well, maybe that weekly then possibly does find us some kind of resistance here on Bitcoin. If not, I would really just be watching this zone, 87.7 to 88,000, in my opinion. So, yeah, because tether dominance, this will kind of tell us a story here. If this starts really losing the 34, losing meme line support, I'm not going to feel comfortable shorting 88,000 with size on, because it's just like, why would I? This is just in a new range now, and we have the potential to go back down 3%. easily could mean Bitcoin maybe does go up to 88, but more going to be on the camp then that head and shoulders that I identified over the weekend is going to play out. And we're actually probably going to go up to around the 91,000 region. So it's very crucial. ES1 though still is looking really good. So you really can't disregard that. Currently 5,300 is the spot. So yeah, that's basically all I have. You know, Bitcoin dominance is still looking good. You're just still consolidating overall at major resistance, I will say. You reclaim essentially 63.85, still the same criteria. Yeah, you're going to get a nice move up. So, you know, overall, Bitcoin's still looking quite nice. I'd be watching very carefully the zones that we're approaching right now, though.
Very nice, senor. Thank you so much. All righty. So I got what's next right here. 1 second. Nvidia and XRPP.
Sweet. I'll do
I
Nvidia.
shall handle XRPP.
Yeah. Ok. Perfecto. Ramón, preguntas que si el short del Discord todavía está vigente. No sé cuál es el del Discord, pero estamos hablando justo el de 87, 88 mil dólares, justo ahorita. Acá estamos viendo Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Sabemos que estamos rangueando por acá y simplemente vamos a empezar con la trimestral para todos ustedes en Bitcoin. Quiero solamente aclarar desde el principio, simplemente por la postura que estamos viendo en la tabla, seguimos bajistas a medio plazo, pero alcistas de momento. Obviamente, y sobre todo, alcistas de momento esperando para a nuestro short entrar y una vez más continuar a ser bajista. Pero por ahora, el día de hoy, en este minuto, somos alcistas. Fue todo un fin de semana alcista en el E-Trading Academy. Vamos a empezar en la trimestral, por supuesto, para todos ustedes. Pueden ver postura alcista en todos lados. Lo único que quiero ver es dónde está mi promedio del 5. Promedio del 5 en 77 mil dólares, que fue justo donde rebotó con fuerza y nos llevó a la parte alta de este delicioso canal donde estamos tradeando en este momento. Creo que todo el mundo lo puede ver por acá sin problema alguno. Este es el rango en el que estamos en estos momentos. En este rango es donde el precio literalmente no ha tradeado tanto, por lo que no tenemos tanta información. Tenemos estos mínimos y tenemos más o menos estos máximos de por acá. Así que la media del canal probablemente esté por acá para que lo puedan ver. Pero importante tenerlo en mente. ¿Por qué? Porque estos rangos pueden cambiar rápido. Arriba de 88 mil nos podría llevar hasta el tope una vez más. Abajo de 69 mil nos podría llevar tranquilamente a la zona de los 58 hasta los 49 mil. Y abajo de esto, pues obviamente lo que nosotros creemos va a ser el peor escenario de los peores en este momento. Está por ahí de los 30 mil, pero sería exagerado. Lo que esperamos nosotros es por ahí de 49, 46 mil para el precio de Bitcoin cuando entre en ese ciclo bajista completamente innegable, ¿no? Pero por ahora tenemos a Michael Saylor con sus manos chiquitas haciendo entrevistas, así que vamos a continuar comprando Bitcoins en el tope, así que vamos a continuar con esto. Todo alcista por acá se ve bien, pero tenemos posibles divergencias bajistas en la trimestral. Vamos a ver nuestro índice de volatilidad para todos ustedes. Índice de volatilidad es esto, se llama BBWP, lo pueden poner en indicadores. BBWP y la volatilidad es la línea de colores. La línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad. Aquí arriba 100% de volatilidad, aquí abajo 0% y nosotros ponemos nuestra línea meme. Nos gusta ver que venga al punto más bajo de la tabla, pero este impulso de volatilidad se ha doblado. Había empezado con esto empujando el precio hacia arriba, pero junto con el precio la volatilidad se dobló también y ya no tiene para dónde correr. Voy a poner rápido el HPDR en esto, que tenemos bastantes datos en Bitcoin y ver dónde estamos parados. Nuestra media está justamente en los 88,392 dólares, básicamente aquí arriba, lo pueden ver perfectamente. Eso agrega confluencia a mi tabla, ¿no? Eso agrega un poco de confluencia a lo que estamos viendo nosotros con ese corto en esta zona. Porque si vienes a la media, ya veniste a la zona alta, a la parte alta de la zona azul, luego caíste en la parte de abajo, a la mitad para abajo, y ahora vienes a rechazar. Si te rechaza la media, te debería llevar primero al promedio del 9, que está en los $66,000, y después a la parte baja de la zona azul, que está en 48,200. Coincide perfecto con mis rangos meme, impresionante. No, impresionante yo, ¿no? En la mensual, uy, doble confirmación por acá con la media estando en los 89,900. Esta zona para el precio de Bitcoin va a ser todo, señores, todo. De poder romper acá la alza, 94,000 serían posibles, que es donde agarró liquidez en esta vela, en la mensual. Pero por ahora, perder 81,441, que es el promedio del 9, nos debería llevar a la parte baja de la zona azul, que está en $66,000. Por ahora estamos justo rangueando entre el promedio del 9 y nuestra media. Interesante. Sabemos que habíamos visto tenemos divergencias bajistas confirmadas ya en nuestro gráfico mensual. Para poder eliminarlos tenemos que ir básicamente arriba de $100,000, no, 96,000, que es casi eso. Y acá el riesgo de este trade va a ser honestamente qué tanto va a subir. Qué tanto va a subir, porque, o qué tanto no va a subir, porque yo creo que hay varios de nosotros esperando este trade. Pero vamos a jugarlo de acuerdo a lo que estemos viendo paso a paso. Volatilidad en la mensual, vamos a checarla. Está todavía cayendo y está el punto más bajo de toda la historia. Y ahora sí ya, está en el punto más bajo de toda la historia, preparando algún movimiento agresivo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos volatilidad ya reseteando por debajo del 15%. Y también en lo que parece ser el punto más bajo de todo, lo que nos dice que va a haber un movimiento súper agresivo. Además, tenemos divergencias bajistas activas en esta temporalidad también. Y esto nos tiene que decir que si se llega a dar este cero para la baja, va a ser un movimiento agresivo con fuerza. La última vez que lo hizo nos lo dio a la alza y pueden ver lo que pasó. Desde entonces hemos estado rangueando por acá y después caímos en este rango y es justamente donde nos encontramos en estos momentos. Estamos en la parte baja del 61,8%, intentando ir al 50% que está en 87,000. Su promedio me lleva a la chingada. El promedio del 9 está en 87,000. Una vez que rompa eso a la alza, la parte baja de la zona azul va a ser el siguiente objetivo. Y eso está en 95,000. Es a lo que yo digo, justamente en la mitad de mi rango, donde esto puede jugarle más sucio a todo el mundo de lo que piensa. Ahora, vamos a ir a la media del rango acá arriba. Personalmente no lo creo porque está en $114,000 y eso nos pondría, obviamente tiraríamos todo nuestro análisis a la basura y estaríamos siendo nuevos altos y sería un nuevo paradigma en este ciclo de Bitcoin, pero por ahora no creemos que ese vaya a ser el escenario necesario que se vaya a dar. Volatilidad está expandiendo, pero ya comienza a contraer, lo que nos dice absolutamente nada. Estamos casi como en la de 2 semanas en esta zona. En la de 2 semanas estamos en el 61,8%. Ahora estamos rompiendo el 50% a intentar ir a la parte baja de la zona azul. La parte baja de la zona azul está en $89,000 planos. La media está en 99. Ahora, esto es donde debería detenerse, en los 89,162. De no hacerlo, muy probablemente vayamos a pegarle a los $94,000. Bajo advertencia que no hay engaño. Pero nosotros por ahora esperamos que nos rechace nuestro promedio por acá del 21 en los 86,500 y también la parte alta, la parte baja de la zona azul en los 89 en la semanal. Ahora, en la diaria es donde se empieza a poner activamente alcista la cosa. Estamos por encima de la zona azul. Estamos siendo rechazados por el 55 y tenemos justamente en los 87 765, nuestro promedio del 200 y el 100, lo que nos agrega un poco de confluencia a que esta va a ser una zona bastante importante y el 78% acá en los 89,500. De poder romper estos 87,200, vamos a ir a ver los 89 y ahí va a ser cosa de ¿aguantamos o simplemente caemos rápido? Así que así es como se empieza a ver la cosa por acá. Déjenme, les pongo esto rápido sin tanto pufo. Lo pueden ver. Venimos de ser rechazados por toda esta línea meme desde enero del 2025 y venimos en bajada. Ahora hemos roto para arriba justamente acá y estamos rebotando a punto de tomar el siguiente impulso. El siguiente impulso, ¿a dónde nos va a llevar? Nos va a llevar a hacer un alto más bajo de toda esta estructura acá. Nos va a llevar a hacer un alto más bajo acá, de ya más bajo que esta estructura. O nos va a hacer esto, engañar a todos, porque aquí hay una invalidación grande en $95,000. Acá darse la vuelta para abajo. O va a hacer esto, irse a 107,000 y después al tope una vez más. Nosotros pensamos que Bitcoin va a encontrar resistencia, ya sea en esta zona o tal vez máximo en esta zona para no llevarte estos mínimos, digo estos máximos que están en 95,128. Este sería el short ideal, el más ideal de todos, el 94,814. No diciendo que es el que más probabilidades tiene de pasar. Estoy diciendo que sería el más fácil de maniobrar. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes tu entrada acá, tienes tu invalidación súper en corto. Y eso es siempre bueno para nosotros los degenerados traders. Así que vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa. Igual puede ser un rechazo del promedio del 200, del 100, pero por ahora, en cortas temporalidades, tenemos divergencias alcistas en diferentes puntos de la tabla. Y si les pongo la de una hora, we had a fucking pumperoo and then it just got negated. Yeah.
Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
It's a hard spot. I mean, it's like my gut says skill and low leverage shorts here, but my heart's just like, wait, because it's just like we're at such a tricky spot on Bitcoin right now where it's like it really could like start rejecting, in my opinion, but then it also could smoke horny shorts and go up to the 88s. So it's really tricky. That's why for me, it's like if we're gonna think about shorting, we just should wait for the daily 9 to get lost, or the 4-hour EMA 100, or we actually test the SMA 200.
Yeah. I hear you. Absolutely. This is my inverse head and shoulders on the hourly. See that target. Bueno, estoy viendo un hombro, cabeza, hombro en la de una hora, el gráfico de una hora, por lo que este movimiento no va a ser tan potente. Este es hombro, cabeza, hombro, hasta acá. ¿Ok? Entonces es justamente acá donde se tiene que romper. Vamos a poner qué tipo de movimiento nos debería dar si ocurre a la alza. Si ocurre a la alza y rompemos esta zona, estás hablando de $88,000, lo que le pega perfectamente a mi bias. Ahora, ¿qué pasa si esto falla? De llegar a fallar, esto nos debería de llevar... Ah, no, porque lo tomarías como un hombro, cabeza, hombro del otro lado, acá en 82. Ahí está. Nos debería llevar 80,000, 80,800. Así que 80,800 para abajo, a la alza nos debería llevar a los 88,400. Honestamente, bastante fácil pero complejo al mismo tiempo jugar ahorita a este juego tan peligroso que se llama Bitcoin. Lo único que tienes que ver en este momento, si eres alcista, no perder tu promedio del 9, que está en los 82,926 en la diaria. De ahí llevarte el 55, que son 85,932. De ahí tu objetivo son los 87, y ahí vas a tener que ver si vas a 88, de 88 a 92, 92 a 94, 94 a altos históricos. Básicamente, más bien 95 altos históricos. Y ahí lo tienen, eso es Bitcoin. Vamos con Nvidia, damas y caballeros.
Nvidia.
Oh, we're gonna do Nvidia. Let me do that. Get that up.
And then we'll do the well, Alex, you just did the last one. Who wants to go?
Well, yeah, I thought we were XRP.
Time for it.
XRPP?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Dude,
Some PP time. Let's just whip it out, Farn. Just whip it out.
Time to whip it out and PP a little bit.
Beautiful XRPP you got there, sir.
It's a nice XRPP. I've made a lot of PPs. You know, they tell me it's not about the size of the PP, but it's about how you use the PP. All right, so I'm gonna do the quarterly on XRP. So XRP is still, interestingly enough, momentum is still pointed to the upside, but volatility is still expanding, and the jewel is still giving you a buy signal. Like it doesn't look like that on Bitcoin. I don't know why XRP looks like that. And XRP did put in this top candle, but we haven't quite gotten follow through just yet. We are bouncing as off this 5 EMA right now, but although it is still going to be in a bearish posturing as long as it's closing below this candle's high, which is all-time highs. It's at about $3.40. Once you start to break that area, that's when you're probably going to go to somewhere around pretty new all-time high, somewhere around $4. But as long as you're below it, this is still should be considered a topping candle, and eventually to drop towards this 38.2%, which right now is at about $1.41. Let's go a little bit lower. And monthly is already starting to show that breakdown with momentum breaking below the moving average. Volatility is already starting to contract. The jewel is still, however, giving the buy signal, but it's very close to shifting into a neutral. And as of now, we are still holding this 5 EMA, but once you start to close below that 5 EMA, that's where you get that move towards 140. And probably over time, you're going to go lower because this 38.2% sits below $1. It's sitting at 95 cents. 2-week is now freshly breaking into the bearish control zone. The last time you were in this zone on the 2-week was, we came close right here in December of 2022. But last time we freshly broke into this zone was in May of 2022. May of 2022 was 1 month before Luna. Very interesting. So basically, XRP is giving me the same thing that Bitcoin is. Similar setup hasn't happened since Luna.
That's just
Why is
fucking
my
fantastic news.
why is my HPTR down here?
Well, we moved things around.
We have the most beautiful HPTR, but for some reason it's showing up in the wrong place.
There it is.
Weekly momentum is also pointing to the downside, freshly also rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, while volatility is flipped up to support it, and the weekly jewel is giving us an epic sell signal. Mark this with that vertical line in the bullish control zone. It's been a while since we got that. This is gonna be cycle top type of vibes probably. And that's all the yellow we have. Doesn't look like that much on the chart, but it's probably a decent amount. 25%. What is that, a dump France? Immediately 53%, and then about 74.5%. I still haven't seen that movie. I think that's from Zoolander. Where he says, "Is that a building for ants?"
Oh my God, this is unreal. Unreal. And yes, it's Zoolander at the end when they're showing him the prototype for the building that they're basically bribing him with money, and they're like, we're gonna build this for you. And they show him like the little, I don't know what it's called, but you know when architects show you like the small thing.
Oh yeah, the scale model.
Yeah, the scale model. And he goes, here it is. And he goes, what is this? A building for ants? Because he's a male model and he's really stupid.
Let's take it to that 50% move. Right now, we've gone down about 33, 34%. 50% is about 118, a little bit below my bias, but lines up with that 100 EMA. So maybe I have to adjust my bias. But as of right now, we are getting a little bit of a bounce. We technically, just by a balls-like hair edge, reclaimed that 21 EMA. So if we do continue upwards, I'd expect resistance somewhere around this 9 to the 38.2. And that puts us between $2.34 and $2.46. 38.2 is a little bit less likely with momentum pointed down on the weekly. 5-day, however, is doing this opposite thing, and momentum is currently pointed up on the 5-day with volatility approaching 0%. And we're still holding that 38.2 on the 5-day. As of right now, we're just dancing around the median. Median's at $2.12. If we can close above it, that's where we get that move into the 240s, which is at 38.2 on the weekly. 2 days also pointing up on momentum with volatility still in the contraction phase, but now the 2 days giving us a buy cycle within the bearish control zone, making it a little bit more likely that we're probably going to go towards that 240s area. As of right now, there is a silver cross to the downside on the 2-day, and we are still rejecting it, but we're holding over the median. As long as we're holding over the median, it does make it more likely that we're going to retest that silver cross again. Daily is kind of looking like a bull flag right here. Momentum is pointing to the upside with volatility support, and now you're getting the pink just about across below, above the yellow, with the light blue breaking above everything else, and within the bearish control zone. So let's mark it with a vertical line. That'll be right there. Let's mark it on this one to front run it a little bit and see where we had it similar. We had one right here in the bearish control zone. One right here. One right there. Let's get one more, and that should be it. Didn't quite do it. That'll be the last one. That was a move of 27% to the upside, 27.7. This one was 44.6, 27 and 44.6. 47, very similar to 44.6, 52. This one's a lot bigger. This one's about 439%. Spoiler alert, I don't think that one's going to happen now. And as of this moment, how much have we gone up? 4%. Let's take it about 20-ish%. Brings us to roughly 260 area, right around this previous lower high. Interesting. Because if we start to close over $2.59, likely going to go to new all-time highs. Which I, spoiler alert, don't think is going to happen. I'm really setting myself up to be clipped. On the 4-hour, momentum is now freshly breaking down into the bearish control zone with volatility support, and now we're losing the 38.2 and retesting it and getting a rejection. So as of now on the low time frames, it does look like we're going to retest this quick low right around this 21 EMA at about $2.10. Start to lose this quick low, and then you're probably going to break down and capitulate. Probably retest somewhere around this area, right around 180s. Side. Ding. Doesn't this kind of look like a beautiful United States setup right here?
It does. And if it wasn't a crypto, I would be very bullish on it.
Yeah, but not only is it a crypto, but it's a shitcoin.
Yeah, exactly. So you know that that candle is going to turn into a massive red dildo, and it's going to make it look again the same, like a W, but like with 4.
Interesting how XRP doesn't have the monthly bearish divergence.
Does not, or it shows?
No, it doesn't. Which Bitcoin does.
Yeah.
Ethereum has 3 drives.
Well, Ethereum's already in the critical bearish of the bear zone.
Crown
That's a
posted
real
saying
term.
about Ethereum, I wonder what happens next. And he showed a high a low, a lower high, and it's like, what comes next?
Hello.
Probably in that $500 to $600 area, which is what Alex got the clown emojis for.
That would be wild.
On the 5-day right now, we have 3 drives of bearish divergence confirmed for an XRP, and it's going to be confirmed as long as you're closing below $2.24. And your next tick is going to be getting below 161, probably takes you down to somewhere around 138 to 140. 3-day. 3-day has 3 drives of bullish divergence confirmed as long as you're closing over $1.61. Same number to go down to go to 140s. And your next target is going to be the neutral zone, which is at about $2.45, not very much higher. On 2-day also has 3 drives of bullish divergence as long as you're closing over 161. Your next target is going to be at about $2.33. And you'd want to see it close over 216 to get that. Daily also has 3 drives of bullish divergence as long as you're over 161. Get a close over, come on, 216, and you're likely go up towards somewhere about 245. 2-day as well, 3 drives of bullish divergence, as long as you're over 161. Over 116, same number, and you probably see 230s, like 235. Damn, every single time frame has the bullish divergence. Daily has bullish divergence as well in the bearish control zone, as long as you're over 116 or 161, I mean, and you close over. What number is that? On the daily, it's going to be a little higher. You got to close over 225, and you likely see somewhere around 246. Same number as before, 245, 246. Very important area. Nothing there. Momentum.
Un momentum.
Un momento, por favor, señor. Quarterly is still pointed. Oh wow, we're dancing right around the edge on the quarterly. It's pointed up right at the edge of the bearish control zone, and we will remain pointed up as long as we're above 215. So if you close down on this quarterly closure, this is going to be quite significant because it's going to be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone, which then brings us into the bearish critical zone, and that's going to coincide with quite the dumpski on XRP at a minimum to
That
the
went up
90.
like crazy.
Yeah, it went up significantly. If we were to
Yeah.
go back to what it was before,
It was like 40 cents,
oh,
like
wow.
45 cents or some shit.
It was previously 79 cents. It's now
79 cents.
$2.15. That's high. That's not good. That's not bullish. Which then would have a minimum target of around 130s to 140s. Monthly has already started contracting on volatility, while momentum is starting to flip down. It's still to the upside, but it will flip down if you can close below 273, which right now we are a good amount below that number. 2-week it's already flipped down with contracting volatility, and it will be flipped down as long as you're below 268. If we do see a move continuing on this bounce, I would expect somewhere around 220s, like 220s to 230. 5 days current is just about to flip up. It's currently flipped down with the derp of death, and it will flip down as we close below 212. That's interesting. First time I see. Oh no, this is a weekly, not a 5-day. I'm retarded. I was like, why is there 6 days for 5-day candle? Only stocks do that. 5 days is the one that's currently flipped to the upside. Weekly was up as well, right? Weekly is very close to turning up. 5 days already up, and 5-day will remain up as long as you're closing over 211. Two days also flipped to the upside with contracting volatility, and it will remain up above 187. Daily is as well as flipped to the upside. Daily is very close to getting expanding volatility. Actually, technically is. It just hasn't closed to confirm it yet, and it will be up as long as you're above 189. 4 hour is now flipped to the downside with contracting volatility. Now about to give you a volatility setup, and it will remain down as long as you're below 268. But if you do flip up here, it will reject getting into the bearish control zone, start to get volatility expansion, and then you probably quickly go towards 240s. A little bit lower. And the 2 hour is now starting to flip up, making it likely that the 4 will flip up as well. And it with a volatility setup, and it will be flipped to the upside as long as you're above 211. So I know XRP, it is showing you a little bit differently than Bitcoin is. The quarterly is still flipped to the upside. The monthly doesn't have bearish divergence, which Bitcoin does have, although you are getting very close to that quarterly pivot. And if you do flip the quarterly down on this closure, it's going to take you at a minimum to the 130s, but likely below $1. And the monthly is already flipping to the downside because you're significantly below that pivot. 2 week is confirmed to the downside. The only difference is you don't have the bearish divergences that Bitcoin has, although it's a shitcoin. It's likely going to follow whatever Bitcoin does. And the low time frames are currently flipped up as well. So it does make it seem likely that you will continue upwards on this bounce test somewhere around that 220s to 230s area. High probability you reject that area, and then you're likely going to dump from there to somewhere around 180 for a little bit of a bounce, and then eventually 130s. Probably get a bigger bounce at 130s, but eventually this thing is probably going to go to somewhere around 87 cents. The invalidation on all of this is getting a weekly close over $3.03, and then you're likely to go into significantly new all-time highs, probably somewhere around $4. Right now, I'm not leaning towards that happening.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much. You already did this. He's doing Nvidia. Tesla, por favor.
All right, I'm the Nazi.
Now you're back to being a Nazi, just like
Every
Fibonacci.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like Fibonacci and all that good stuff. Not bad at all. And
Now,
just a good
Fibonacci's
reminder.
been acting his name out. Now we call him Gatito Hitler.
Fucking ridiculous. By the way, good reminder, everyone. We got our Discord. You're invited to join. It's absolutely motherfucking free. So you can come over here and just tell us about your tailwinds and whatever's happening to your tailwinds and your tailpipes and all that stuff. We got Alex right here giving us a little bit of his analysis. Same shit with Farhan right here. Left, general account. Come chat with everybody. Come get some ideas. This is free. Get some feedback from other people. See if your idea sounds ridiculous or not. Come listen to the crypto lingo and learn from it. In case you're watching some shit and you're not understanding, hey, what's a deviation? What's an SFP? What's IMO? Which you should probably know that. H4, 4 hour, etc. They're all right here. P&L cards, come share all of your gains with us. And if you lose money, please don't tell. No, I'm just kidding. Come share with the entire community all of your beautiful gains. Lots of people making gains. Lots of gains out there. And yeah, you also have our links right here for anything you need, so you know that they're official. By the way, we're never going to ask you for money, never going to ask you to connect the crypto wallet. We just don't give a fuck. Everything that we sell, it's already on our website, and we'll never reach out to you. We'll never message you and tell you we'll manage your money or anything like that. So please stop giving these motherfucking scammers your money. You can also come to our website if you want to trade futures and you don't know how to use those exchanges. Coming to how-tos on elitetradingacademy.us. Click on how to trade in bluffing. Although I need to correct this. How to trade in bluffing. And then the website is right here. In 5 minutes, you'll know how to deposit money, move your trades, open, close a short, blah, blah, blah. It's just right here, 5 minutes, absolutely motherfucking free. You don't have to buy anything. And if you are watching this, you want to learn more, you want to know how to use this optimally, what I'd say is, if you don't understand everything we're saying because you've never done this before and you want to get started from zero, get our course. It's fucking $29. Super simple. And it's right here, right? Like our course. Then once you watch the course and you watch our shows every single weekend, if you want to get some trade setups going, just go into our trading alerts. Our trading alerts, we're about to get them on WhatsApp too. And you want to take a look at this. Why? Because this is just going to give you setups, trading alerts, setups, just for stuff that we're putting together ourselves. So it's worth it. So if you want to trade, you want to get into this game, you just want to do some trades, there it is. Simple setups for you to follow. Follow your heart, little boys. Follow your heart. All right, Alex, we're ready for whatever. No, I'm just kidding. What are we doing? Nvidia. I got the ticker right here.
See.
There you go. There I go. There you go. No, wait.
Nice.
I didn't. No. Actually, I'm sorry. I was supposed to show XRP and I haven't. In
Oh, yeah, you got to whip
So I
it out now.
apologize. That's right.
Yeah.
I got to whip it out. I'm going to whip out my XRPP en español. Ok, tenemos XRP, perdón, se me estaba olvidando. Vayan al Discord si gustan lo que necesiten. Ya saben que es absolutamente gratis. O si quieren aprender cómo tradear futuros porque les interesa perder dinero, dense una vuelta a nuestros tutos en nuestro sitio web, es gratis. En el Discord no les vamos a pedir dinero, no les vamos a escribir, no les vamos a decir que los vamos a hacer millonarios, que vamos a manejar su dinero. Les prometo que no. Si alguien les está escribiendo, no somos nosotros. Si te pide conectar tu cartera cripto para entrar a no sé qué, tampoco. Hay algo mal y simplemente no lo hagas. Pero sí, alguien me acaba de escribir ahorita, oye, en Telegram hay un güey que se llama AMG Cool usando tu imagen y robándole a la gente. Excelente. O sea, ni siquiera tiene mi nombre y la gente le está dando dinero. Es impresionante. Impresionante lo eficaces que son estos güeyes en robar y lo pendeja que es la gente a veces también. Está cabrón. Ok, vamos a ver XRP. Estamos viendo la semanal, pero vamos a empezar rápidamente con la trimestral. Sí, seguimos viéndola en una postura alcista brutal, honestamente, pero sabemos cómo se va a acabar este cuento. ¿Por qué? Esta es la vela topera más hija de puta que he visto en mi vida, ¿no? La que está aquí en medio y se confirma simplemente con un cierre por debajo de 1.7. Esto va a ser una repetición de literalmente esta vela. Vamos a ver qué tanto va a bajar, es lo que creemos hasta ahora, pero por ahora seguimos en postura alcista. Simplemente porque logramos romper máximos, aunque no por mucho. Nuestros máximos de antes eran 3.3, ahora son 3.4. Hemos estado haciendo mínimos más altos a través de todo este tiempo y el ciclo pasado, que Bitcoin y todos los demás pompearon, XRP se quedó abajo. Así que podríamos empezar a crear un argumento que, una, las altcoins tienen ciclos de 8 años, o dos, los altcoins dependen 100% de política monetaria laxa. Pero eso debería de ser un caso extraño porque esto funcionó al revés. Así que yo me atrevería a decir que los altcoins tienen ciclos de 8 años. Es lo que más sentido tiene hasta este momento. No todas, pero la gran, algunas como esta. O como Ethereum también, por ejemplo. Ethereum, en mi opinión, está en esta parte de su ciclo, que es interesante. Eso quiere decir que Solana en el próximo ciclo no debería de estar tan brutal como lo está ahora y después sí. Pero ya veremos cómo juega, simplemente algo para poner atención y por supuesto toma años aprender. Pero por ahora nuestra gráfica trimestral en XRP, tengo que decirles esto, tiene el punto pivote, acaba de cambiar y acaba de subir hasta los 2.2. Eso quiere decir que empezamos a ver estos puntos pivotes de momentum elevarse y eso nos pone en una postura más como un poco más bajista, digamos, es lo que pondríamos. Por ahora XRP nos había dado este gran setup de volatilidad, pero se lo está comiendo todo de vuelta ya. Pueden ver que está doblándose a la derecha. Fue el setup más fuerte que nos ha dado toda esta tabla y pueden ver el pompazo que nos dio, ¿no? De literalmente 40 centavos hasta los 3.4. Nada mal. Nada mal, un 500% de pomperino para XRP. Vamos a verlo rápidamente en esta porque también tenemos bastantes datos con el HPDR. Voy a acercarme, ya casi estoy ahí, solo denme 39 millones de días. Wow, el precio está tan compreso que se ve así el HPDR. Sí, siguiente objetivo debería de ser el 1.4. Si es que no puedes romper el 2.27 a la alza, eso es la trimestral. Vamos a la mensual para que también se distorsione mi gráfico muy cabrón. La mensual, ¿qué tenemos por acá? Tenemos un poco de lo mismo con la vela topera ya acá. Vela topera confirma abajo de 1.9. ¿Cómo confirmas una vela topera y qué es una vela topera? Esto es una vela topera. Una vela topera, justamente esta, es una vela que tenga el cuerpo gordo, el cuerpo, que es la parte gorda de la vela, que sea menos del 25% del tamaño total de la vela. ¿Cumple con eso? Sí. ¿Cuál es el siguiente requerimiento? Que esté en la parte baja el cuerpo de la vela. ¿Lo está? Sí, aquí está el tope hasta acá en los $3 y la parte baja solamente está en 1.9. ¿Cómo confirmas una vela topera o cómo la niegas? La confirmas simplemente con un cierre por debajo de esta zona, del punto más bajo que ha tenido. ¿Cómo la niegas a la alza y decir esto no fue el tope? Simplemente con un cierre por encima de esta zona de la vela. Entonces, la niega acá arriba y la confirma acá abajo. Y ahí tienes esa vela topera, hija de perra, enseñando la cara. También acá tenías otra, pero nunca cerraste por debajo de ella. Pero con el time countdown, esto muy probablemente te lo va a dar. Ok, eso dicho, nos está rechazando el 88.3%, vamos de caída, el promedio del 9 debería ser nuestra siguiente parada, que ya lo fuimos a tocar y rebotamos aquí en el 61.8% en 1.79. Si llegamos a cerrar por debajo de eso, nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser por ahí de los 1.2, que es promedio del 21 y la zona del 50%. Me atrevería a decir la parte baja de la zona azul también debería funcionar como un lugar de soporte momentáneo, que está ya en 95 centavos. Eso sería una calamidad para la familia, ¿cómo se dicen? Los miembros de la comunidad de XRP, que han trabajado tan duro solamente no vendiendo monedas. Wow, no. No, perdón, hoy estoy buscando sangre. En la de 2 semanas, XRP se cayó del promedio del 9, lo perdió por acá. Lo pueden ver, nos rechazó. Otra vela topera. El problema es que no confirmamos y vamos a confirmar esta vela topera abajo de los $2. ¿Ok? Estamos cotizando en 2.14 en este momento. Siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 2.22, que es nuestra promedio del 9. De poder vencerlo, estás hablando de irte a visitar la zona de los 2.50 con mucha suerte para XRPP. Vamos a ver la semanal, vamos a ver cuál es el previo en la semanal. Continuamos el 61.8%. Vamos a ir a buscar ese 2.23 por $2.23. Si lo podemos pasar, 2.46, 2.35 serían nuestros siguientes objetivos. Ya sería un corto bastante sencillo de invalidar con esto o con esto, como usted guste, a este punto. Diaria, la de harina. La harina venimos de la parte baja de la zona azul a la parte alta y ya chocamos con el 78.6%. Si podemos romper 2.23, 2.24, que de nuevo ocurre en otras temporalidades a la alza, vamos a poder ir a visitar la zona del 88.3%. Esa zona está en este momento, un segundo. Wow, felicidades Alejandro por todo lo que estás haciendo. En los 2.50, una vez más, dándote esta facilísima invalidación en un corto delicioso con estos topes de por acá. Así que XRP aguantando el 200, perdiendo el 100, el 55, siendo rechazados por el 34 y está justamente aguantando por acá, tiene dos sopas y muy probablemente se comporte como todas las demás criptos, pompee hasta esta zona una vez más a los 2.23 y tal vez hasta los 2.50 y de ahí vaya a caer o simplemente ser rechazado acá y comenzar su caída en la media y el S&P 200 que están en 1.8, 1.6. 1.8, 1.9 es lo que debería jalar al precio. ¿Cómo sabemos si estamos mal? Si nos podemos llevar estos altos en los 2.60 y en los 2.64. Ahí es donde invalida nuestra idea de que esto va a caer, pero por ahora vamos a empezar a buscar zonas de interés por acá, a ver dónde podemos encontrar el otro lado del trade en un corto delicioso por ahora. Estando abajo del promedio del 100 diario, es postura bajista, al igual que del 55, pero estamos por arriba del 9, así que estamos rangueando entre todos estos promedios por acá. Ahí tienen XRP, damas y caballeros. Vamos con Nvidia, ¿cómo de que no? All right.
Let's look at Nvidia, because Nvidia is quite important, because it's almost like my idea with ES1. I feel like if you're gauging Nvidia, it's going to kind of guide your risk on tolerance for the stock market. You know, and really nothing's changed with Nvidia. Like, we had a very impressive 3-day close, reclaim of the EMA 100, very important. We want to see that hold, so we're back testing it now. In my opinion, if this can hold, you should make your way up closer to 117.50 to possibly even 121. Now, it's going to be important because if you notice on the 3-day, you're just in a very obvious downtrend. You have a lower low, possibly a lower high here. You would be gauging the lower high formed anywhere around that 21, possibly move all the way to the 34 on the 3-day. What you'll notice as well, that's giving you confluence to this idea that the 21 should reject, is just the fact that the 3-day has a silver cross to the downside. Now, you'll notice the 3-day EMA 9 was kind of holding as resistance for a while. Now, we've reclaimed it. We have support of the EMA 100. So you should be gauging this zone as more of a chance to bounce than not. And rather than shorting here, you should be looking at, this is a possible short opportunity. Why I say that is based on the silver cross. But then also you have the daily downtrend for an easy invalidation. So we did talk about a move to like that 97, possibly a wick down to 85s. We got that. So, am I surprised we're bouncing now? No. I mean, it just makes sense to me, especially after such an aggressive sell-off. We were able to, scale shorts here very comfortably around the 137s. So this was a pretty monster trade for the Academy overall. Full TP 1, 2, and 3. Nvidia is kind of clean to trade, I will say. So you're either going to then reject the 3-day silver cross, which is the 3-day 21, right around the meme line. This will just be nothing more than like a bearish retest, right? Visually, you could see that if we did something like this and then went down. Let me delete this scenario because this is something I drew. Now we're getting the bounce, but we have to reiterate with the data we have. And visually you could see that, right? It just looked like another lower high in this grand scheme of lower highs. So, Nvidia is not for me, it's not definitely a place I'm going to be buying in the hundreds for sure. And that's just simply based on the fact that, what we've seen in Nvidia for this entire bull market was that the monthly 9 was holding. We lost it. We rejected it. On that rejection down, we literally went down like 30 something. Yeah, 26%. We have a nice bounce at 85. Think of 85 as like the line in the sand for like, okay, above there, just going to chop. We have a good chance to maybe go up a little bit. Under there is when Nvidia breaks and we end up going back to 40s. Just real, briefly just to say that, because if you view it that, the 34 is kind of like always the last standout, in my opinion, on a chart. You lose the 34 very often or not, you go to the 100. So it made sense to see a bounce. It's just more, does that bounce change anything on the weekly? The monthly, And that would mean that we would need to get back above the monthly 9 this month, in my opinion. You're also noticing that you're getting a volatility setup now on Nvidia. And granted, we haven't had this low volatility basically since 2015, right before we went parabolic. So let me show that. Right in this region was the last time volatility was similar. And you can see, that was nice. So I have to be gauging Nvidia's in breakdown territory. You have to be gauging the monthly volatility is possibly going to expand once we do stay under the 9, right? Because we would have lost it. We're rejecting it. Yes, buyers showed up, but as long as we stay under like 117, all of this is just not really relevant to me, because the monthly 9 is what's going to help me kind of guide if Nvidia is in a bull market or not. And so with where we're at on Nvidia now, you even see we're at the weekly 9 in correlation to Bitcoin. This just kind of ties into what I'm saying. Like the trend is still down on Bitcoin. The weekly trend can't get taken out. And the only reason I'm talking about Bitcoin now is just because it relates well with risk on. Nvidia looks, in my opinion, the exact same way. Just obvious weekly downtrend. Now rejecting the weekly 9. Yes, you could go up a little higher to 121, but kind of the flavor of markets for me is if you get higher, it's just going to be a better short opportunity. But technically speaking, you really could start rejecting somewhere around here just based on how Nvidia is and even Bitcoin. But I won't rule out the possibility that the 3-day EMA 100 holds. From there, we use it as a spring, and then we kind of, move up a little bit more from that point. That would be okay. Being a little slow. Let me just redo that. You guys still can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. It's just trading slow. So that would be like a 6.79% to like 9% potential from here. So, we're either going to see this 3-day EMA 100 act as a spring. We're going to move up to 88 on Bitcoin. This will be a lower time frame bear trap. Nvidia will be nothing more than a throwback. This should act as a spring, and we should move up to 121. That should give you a pretty easy short, in my opinion. You're ideally just wrong above 123, and that just adheres to the trend. So what you're seeing is if Bitcoin gets to 88, you're going to have Nvidia really give you an easy short right around the 120s. Does make sense that they would both be similar and similar in the way they look right now. But also what you're noticing is like this really could start rejecting now. I mean, if let's say we start closing dailies under 106, it's going to be my gauge to be like, yeah, we're probably going to break under 100 again. So Nvidia is very easy and nice to trade right now, in my opinion. What you'll notice is, remember during the entire bull market of Nvidia, when you just had all these shorts kind of ape in, and it didn't work out here, and it didn't really work out here, and they were kind of just fueling this move up. This is why it's a good example on why there's really no FOMO with these things. I remember when Nvidia was going parabolic right around here, 2023, 2024. Yeah, everyone wanted to short it, but then like you look at the monthly and you're like, yeah, there's really not a short setup. That's why it's very important to always use the monthly 9, in my opinion. I just like the monthly 9. It just tends to work. And that kind of was our key metric, that there is some odd weakness, different things here in the chart happening. So, it did play well using that kind of strategy. So let's look at the 12-hour. And let me go on the HBDR now, because, maybe this could give us more confluence. So the HBDR is actually not looking bad. We see here the 12-hour made that nice move up, couldn't reclaim the 34, moved down, fine. Now we're rejecting again that 34. Should be gauging a move, right around 107 to maybe a wick down to 106.70. Again, that just ties into our 3-day idea. Like Nvidia really shouldn't come much more lower than here if we're truly going to go up to that 120. On the 12-hour, you'll notice too that 120, 122 region is right around that EMA 100. So let's see it with the daily, where the EMA 100. Yeah, it's right around there as well. So, I mean, it's like you can use the same exact idea that you're going to short Bitcoin with Nvidia, really, technically speaking. You still are in a weekly downtrend. You still have those levels that we do see we easily could approach right around 121. And even so, now looking at the weekly, this could just give you confluence that, yeah, this retesting the 21 would just be a breakdown retest. So Nvidia is extremely bearish to me right now. I'd be very cautious as long as we're under the monthly 9, specifically any monthly closures under like 117.50. As long as we're under there, you got to look at that as resistance. 121 could really give you an easy short, and that just plays the overall trend. Now, if the daily starts closing under, call it 106, it's going to be a cause of concern for me, because we'll know then that the 3-day is possibly going to lose the EMA 100 and literally break down from this point. You see here, really, once you deviate that 3-day EMA 100, you will start breaking down. Be more conservative though and use that 106 for me. So that's kind of like the line in the stand. As long as we're above 106, we should make a way to 120 to 122. As soon as you start losing that though, it's gonna look concerning. So that's all I have on Nvidia. It's not the worst. It's actually mainly worse more than good, but it could change if bulls push up and actually get a good monthly.
What the fuck?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So
I can hear.
This is stuck. Great.
This piece of shit Bitcoin stopped me out.
There it is. 1 second. Now present. What stopped you? Bitcoin?
Bitcoin.
What are you doing with Bitcoin? Oh, yes. It's going to my zone. You want to go long again right now?
Yeah, you're just gauging the 4-hour EMA 100. We are now major support, so I mean, you're either gonna reject here and the daily will guide us, or that 4-hour EMA 100 will hold. But the way Nvidia is, the way Bitcoin is, you do have to be slightly concerned, and that's kind of what my gauge is for today. So I'm just not getting clarity. We could literally reject here and be under 80K within tomorrow. Or we just lower time frame bear trap here and push up.
Sorry, I'm trying to gauge. Here we go. This is just to get all the cocky longs the fuck out, in my view. Either way.
Could be. Could
Yeah.
be. Could play into a lower time frame bear trap. I mean, you need
All
that
right.
field to 88, so maybe.
Yeah. I'll pay attention as soon as we get to the next one. And Farhan's doing Nazi Tesla, and then you're doing Costco, Alex.
Sweet.
All righty. Estamos viendo Nvidia, damas y caballeros, Nvidia. Vamos a ponerlo en la diaria. Y honestamente es más fácil de lo que nos gustaría pretender que es. Voy a intentar hacer esto lo más rápido posible. Este es un gráfico semanal. Lo pueden ver hasta una tendencia alcista brutal. El fondo fue tal cual octubre del 2022. Después empezamos a explotar a la alza por ahí de marzo del 2023, que fue cuando Bill Ackman salió a decirles a todos, ¡ah, se acabó! ¡Los bancos van a explotar! Y ahora estábamos aquí arriba en altos históricos en 153, cayendo. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que sigue? Pueden ver que Nvidia le gusta ranguear sabroso. Siguiente rango va a ser este, y obviamente en este rango vamos a tener que poner nuestras líneas meme en el punto donde tenga más sentido. Un segundo, no hay nada más ahí atrás, ¿no? No voy a poner la mitad del rango acá. Ok. Ahí está. Vale, no es la mitad, estos rangos no son la mitad, es simplemente donde he visto más intercambio de manos, donde voy a encontrar fricción a la alza o a la baja con el precio. ¿Ok? Ahora, déjame pongo también estos, los extiendo de una vez. ¡No! Es este. Ahí está. Y ahora puedo cortar este. Perdón. Ok. Con eso dicho, estamos viendo Nvidia que ha hecho un doble techo en el pecho, justamente aquí arriba en los 152, pum, pum, y vamos para abajo desde entonces. En la semanal, claramente está rompiendo tendencia alcista. ¿Por qué? Porque este mínimo que tenías antes, que no lo habías nunca tocado, ya lo rompiste a la baja. Ahora, quiero que cachen esto. ¿Por qué es tan importante esta línea meme en los 91? Esta es una línea meme absolutamente importantísima. ¿Por qué? Porque veniste acá y ve el rechazo que te dio, te mandó para acá abajo, ¿ok? Pero, ¿qué pasa cuando viniste y la retomaste? Te llevó a altos históricos. Ahora, ¿qué pasó cuando veniste, retomaste y volviste a caer acá? Literalmente fue el impulso que te llevó a los altos históricos justamente acá. Lo pueden ver, pum, pum, desde entonces. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que esta zona va a ser crítica a romper. Si llegas a romper los 91.11 a la baja, tu siguiente parada, sin lugar a dudas, van a ser los $72. Mínimo, que va a ser esta zona más o menos de por acá, justamente. Pero podrías usar todo el canal hasta el 43. Voy a ponerte rápida la de 3 días, que es lo que Alex nos estaba enseñando, para que tengas un gauge de qué exactamente ver y qué no. ¿Ok? Puedes ver que tienes un cruce plateado a la baja por acá. ¿Qué es un cruce plateado? Cuando tienes el promedio del 55, ir por encima del 21. El promedio más rápido cae por debajo del lento. Acá lo tienes en el 21 y 55 específicamente. El 9 normalmente, que está acá en 110, debería funcionar como algo para rechazar justamente lo que está haciendo el precio en este momento. En la de 3 días tienes tu 9 en 110. Va a ser la primera zona que quieres recuperar el día de hoy, porque también tienes ahí tu promedio del 100. De no poder retomar esta zona de vuelta, vas a dar continuación sencilla y fácil para abajo. De retomar esta zona, vas a querer quedarte en los 113, ir a invalidar justamente acá el cruce plateado en los 121, pero atención, aquí hay una oportunidad para hacer un corto también bastante fácil. Esto tiene cara de que va a continuar bajando, por lo que esos son los trades que yo estaría buscando en este tipo de situaciones. Puedes ver que estamos siendo bajos, mínimos más bajos en todo, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, literalmente bajista de a madre esta cosa. En la diaria un poco de la misma lección, aunque los 107 van a ser tu línea en la arena. Si llegas a perder los 107 en la diaria, es lo que te va a decir gracias, pero no gracias. Y en la diaria quieres contar tu promedio del 21 y quieres estar por encima de él en los 110. De no poder hacerlo, bajista. ¿Cómo sabemos si estamos equivocados? Simplemente romper los 122 a la alza te debería llevar a los 130, te pone por encima de todos los promedios en la diaria, absolutamente cambias la dirección, el rumbo de a dónde va, y eso te podría poner una vez más en el rango a hacer altos históricos hasta los 126. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que va a ir a rechazar por aquí del promedio del 100 en los 122, que también en la de 3 días coincide con el 21 y el 55 con ese cruce plateado, y es lo que esperaríamos ver justamente en Nvidia, damas y caballeros. Bastante fácil de entender, absorber. Vamos a la que sigue. Mr. Farhan, let's go with the Nazi Mobile Company.
Alrighty, claro, listo.
1 second, remove, add to screen. There you go, and it's working. Is it working? Let me see. Yes, it is.
Listo. Let's see, which time frame fits my bias the most? The quarterly.
No, Bitcoin started to pump. Hang on, I need to look.
Oh, just as it stopped me out, what a piece of shit.
Bless you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, senor.
The long might be on Solana, though.
So the quarterly on Tesla is what I'll start with. We firstly lost 38.2% on that last quarterly close. We went all the way back up to retested it, rejected it, and now we've lost this meme line as well. So what it does kind of seem like is that we're going to continue, what do you call, as long as we're holding this 21 EMA, continue to chop somewhere between this 21 and this meme line right here. And then eventually, my bias is that we're going to lose this 21 EMA, and probably once the HPDR ranges step down, probably going to eventually go to wherever this 55 is as it slowly rises up. Right now, it's at 109. Maybe retest it when it's somewhere around this 100% is right now, maybe 140s. Maybe it even rises all the way up to where this meme line is. But once this 90 EMA rises, I do expect it to eventually test that area. And based off of trend, I do it like it would make sense if it were to rise somewhere around this zone, 140s to 160s, 170s, just to maintain this overall trend and just put in another macro higher low before you continue back to the upside. Right now, momentum is within the bearish control zone with volatility. It's still in a contracting phase. And now the jewel is losing the buy signal as well. It is kind of starting to shift into a more bearish posturing rather than the uptrend it was previously in. It's still technically in an uptrend. As long as you're closing over about $175.79, it's still technically in an uptrend. Monthly has momentum towards the downside, not quite in the bearish control zone yet, but it is pretty close, and it is very close to getting volatility expansion. Now the monthly jewel is giving you a sell signal within the bullish control zone. Swap that sell signal with the bullish control zone with the vertical line. Got one right there. One right there. Here and here. Let's see what happens. This one, not much. It just went basically straight up. So this one was a failure. This one played out by about 20% immediately, and then 42.69%. Nice number. This one, 20%, similar number before. This one, 71.6%. Wow, that's a lot. And as of now, from the open to the low, about 18%. Let's stick it somewhere around 20%. Brings us to about $200 exactly. And I wonder what this meme line is. About 35%. Interesting. Two-week right now is telling you you're likely going to bounce somewhere around the zone with momentum getting to 98%, volatility at 98%. and now you're getting to heavily within the 97.5% range on the HPDR. So if we do continue down from here, I would expect a test of this 100 EMA right around $232.50. Likely get a bounce from here, and then if you are, even if you're bearish, this likely grinds out another lower high somewhere between this 100 EMA and this meme line before ultimately coming down to this bottom meme line, just about to line up with this 200. And right now you're about to get a pretty awesome sell signal on the jewel as well. The pink is just about to freshly cross below the yellow. Weekly is already starting to flip up on momentum with volatility starting to flip down, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high, and you're losing the sell signal on the jewel on the weekly. And now you're basically deviating the 200 SMA as well. So if you do continue downwards, probably bounce somewhere around that 240 area and then come upwards to retest this meme line right around this 9 EMA at about 270s. Still probably going to reject that area and go lower. Same thing with the 5-day as the weekly. Losing the sell signal, upwards momentum, downwards volatility, and getting to very extreme areas on the HPDR. So you probably do continue to bounce towards like 270s. 2 days now, freshly flipping back down on momentum into the bearish control zone, while volatility flips up, and the jewel is now losing its bicycle, very close to breaking back into the bearish control zone. You've basically just come back down to retest this, come up to retest this 9 and rejected it, and now you're about to lose the 200 once again. So if this does close below the 200 in basically 4 hours, probably lower high idea is already put in, and we're probably just going to dump from here. Daily is trying to flip up in momentum, still below the moving average and in the bearish control zone, while volatility is just now starting to contract, and now the jewel is starting to lose the sell signal and flip back upwards. So if we can maintain this wick low of around like 240s, likely does continue to bounce upwards to this 38.2%, maybe even the median at around like 270s. Likely rejection though, and down towards 165. 4 hours kind of telling you that the local top is probably in because you've already hit the 97.5% of the HPDR. You've got momentums in very extreme areas to the upside and volatility almost knocked out. 4 hours is getting you a buy signal on the jewel breaking out of the bearish control zone. But based off of this momentum and this HPDR ranges, it kind of looks like the top is in.
Oh, I'm so mad I didn't take this Coinbase short this morning.
What is it at?
173, it got to 180. That's XRPP.
Yeah. Quarterly on Tesla is freshly flipping to the downside, and it's rejected. Currently, it is down, but we're above the pivot. And if it remains to the downside, it will be breaking into the bearish control zone for the first time in Tesla's history on the quarterly. And it will flip down if we can close below $229.50. And it's going to go off the back of contracting volatility too. Last time Tesla started contracting volatility on the quarterly was in April of 2021, which we actually did make a new all-time high while volatility was contracting. It's interesting. Monthly is already started contracting on the volatility dropping below the moving average, but it hasn't closed yet, so we haven't gotten that confirmation. And momentum is starting to flip back down, and it's going to be down as long as you're below $447, which is pretty high up.
Yeah.
Weekly is also contracting on volatility with a derp of death on momentum, and we're pointing down below $381. Weekly is the only one that's going to be flipped up. Just about to get volatility start contracting while momentum is flipped up, and it will remain to the upside above $236. 5-day is getting very close to volatility contraction, and momentum is currently flipped up, and it will remain up as long as we're above $219.50. 2 days also flips to the upside with contracting volatility, and it will be flipped up above $239. Come on. Daily as well is flipped to the upside with contracting volatility, and it will reject the bearish control zone and remain to the upside as long as you're above $233.50. And the 4 hours also to the upside with contracting volatility as long as we are above, come on, tell me, $256.50. Okay, monthly. All right, so now all of the high time frames on Tesla are now starting to align to the downside. On the quarterly, this is the first time this is the first time we're getting quarterly momentum to the downside since about January of 2022 when we were in the bear market. You're getting quarterly volatility dropping down. You're getting momentum dropping below anywhere that it's ever been in Tesla quarterly history. First time it's ever been in the bearish control zone. And although price is currently above the pivot, momentum is down. So if we can close this next 2 months and 17 days up where we are now, momentum will flip back up. Although it does seem unlikely as momentum is currently to the downside. And you have monthly, which is already to the downside. You got 2 week, which is to the downside. They're all basically to the downside except the quarterly. So the low time frames are flipped up with volatility contracting, telling you it's likely continue to bounce from here to somewhere around $270. That's very high probability of rejection, and then you're probably going to come down to somewhere around 165. If you can't bounce in that 165 area, pretty high probability. Like if you do bounce here, that's your next higher low. High probability you can go to new all-time highs from there. If you fail to bounce from there, you're probably going to go to somewhere around low $100. And in that area, depending on the bounce, we have to decide whether it'll go lower or not. I don't even think it's going to get there. But if it does, I'd say it's probably going to bounce. I don't think it's going to break down. And if it does, then I guess Tesla's going to go to zero. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think right now, the bullish scenario is it bounces somewhere around 165. The less bullish scenario is it bounces somewhere around 110. And the invalidation, all of that is getting a weekly close of $304.
304. I can see why. Okay. Nice. Nice, sir. Thank you so much. We're doing, well, Alex is doing Costco. You just did not see Bill. Apple.
Team Apple.
Team Apple. He's going to build these phones in the United States. Not a lot of people building phones right here, right now, I tell you. It's simply too much.
$10,000 an iPhone.
It's simply too much how much an iPhone would cost. Not a lot of people want to pay that, let me tell you. Not a lot of people can pay $10,000 for an iPhone.
I can, because I'm very rich.
You know what? I was watching Kill Tony. I don't know if you guys watch that shit or not. It's a podcast, and he's the comedians. It's basically a spin-off of Joe Rogan's podcast, but it's comedy. And Netflix is so desperate for ideas that they made this Kill Tony an actual, now they're releasing him on Netflix too, because they're realizing that's cheaper to make. You guys should watch it. Shane Gillis is on it doing the Trump. He is unbelievable.
I've seen snippets of that, actually. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's very funny.
You would like it. I feel like you would like it. It's really, really fucking funny. Either way. It's worth it. It's well worth the watch. Here we go. Thank you, boys. And let us do Tesla. I'll do it as quickly as possible. Vamos, estamos viendo Tesla. Lo tengo en la de 2 semanas en este momento. La razón por la que tengo en la de 2 semanas en este momento es porque es una de las vistas más limpias que existen, en mi opinión, de esta deliciosa acción. Tesla está cotizando en 248 después de haber ido a hacer un tope en los 490, casi $500. Y desde entonces ha caído 50% y todavía más hasta los 216. Con eso dicho, ¿qué estamos esperando? Pueden ver, y esto es por lo que me gusta tener Tesla rangueando en esto, pueden ver que Tesla, esta es la línea como la que les había comentado en Nvidia, que lo vuelve muy importante. ¿Por qué? Porque en esta línea has tenido tomadas de liquidez que te rechazaron volviste a regresar y una vez que la rompiste a la alza, te fuiste a altos históricos en este entonces. Esta es una línea demasiado importante en los $268. Ahora, ¿por qué lo digo ahorita? Porque estamos absorbiendo liquidez cada que subimos a esa línea. Esto quiere decir que muy probablemente cada una de estas, bueno, no muy probablemente, cada una de estas subidas fue rechazada y encontró vendedores. Y ahora eso quiere decir que nos está metiendo en este rango total, ¿ok? Este rango va de los 183 hasta los $270 en el que se encuentra Tesla en este momento. Además, en la de 2 semanas puedes ver que el 9 y el 21 están a punto de invertirse. Cuando tienes el 9 por debajo del 21 te dice que hay debilidad. Lo impresionante de esto es lo bajo que está y que tiene cara de continuar querer cayendo. Esto demuestra demasiada debilidad. Nos está rechazando el promedio del 55 brutalmente plano y ahora la siguiente parada va a ser el del 100. De perder el promedio del 100 en un cierre de estos de 2 semanas en los 232, vele a decir buenos días a los 200 y buenos días a los 180. Ok, semanal para que quede un poco más claro y podamos ver un poco más a futuro. Ya tenemos ese cruce del 9 por debajo del 21, lo pueden ver exactamente por acá. Déjame. No, espérenme, no era ese. Este cruce del 9 y el 21. Debilidad en la semanal, debilidad. No nada más eso. Pasó el 9 por el 34, el 55 y el promedio del 100 es el que nos está rechazando en este momento. Y al mismo tiempo estamos, por supuesto, porque no puede ser una tragedia, tienen que ser varias, perdiendo el promedio del S&P 200 en la semanal. Ahora, perdiendo el S&P 200, una vez más, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser 200 y de 200, 185. Eso es lo que sigue. De los 185 es una buena zona para encontrar un fondillo. De no poder encontrar fondo en los 185, muy probablemente 150, se abra la puerta, crear un mínimo, perdón, crear un mínimo más bajo que el que vimos en abril del 2024, que fue acá en 140, o mínimo estar muy cerca, por acá en los 146, digamos, vamos a poner esta línea pretendiente por ahí. Y de no encontrar este mínimo, pues vamos a hacer un nuevo mínimo y probablemente 122 sea el fondo. Vamos a ver qué tan exagerado va a ser este movimiento. Todavía no tenemos absolutamente ni idea, estamos adelantándonos bastante. Por ahora, lo que yo vería es la semanal, honestamente, es una buena guía, no necesitas verlo más rápido. Perder el S&P 200 en los 249 es literalmente mortal, además de tener este gran rechazo del promedio de los 100. ¿Quieres ser alcista? Vas a tener que, 1, romper los 269 con convicción y 2, llevarte los 298. Si no puedes primero llevar los 269, retomarlos, pues olvídate de esto y esto debería continuar cayendo. Si eres bajista y continúas siendo bajista, simplemente no poder pasar de los 269, pero si quieres agregarle todavía más poder a tu análisis, perder el S&P 200 acá en los $250 va a ser letal para Tesla. Y les voy a poner el HPDR para que vean algo curioso, brother. Pueden ver que ahora tenemos otra vez camino para caer porque todo el HPDR bajó. Eso quiere decir que está abriendo camino y buscando más para abajo. Una vez más, ahora nuestros 88.3% está acá en los 218. Y ahora pongan atención, llegamos al 100%. El 100% está en los 173 acá en Tesla. Así que vamos a mantener un ojo por ahí. En la diaria, pueden ver cómo todo también bajó y ahora tenemos camino para ir tranquilamente a los 233, si no es que justamente a los 217. Si les pongo la de 4 horas, etcétera, pueden ver que estábamos ya, y esto es lo más cabrón de todo, estábamos ya sobrecomprados, estábamos ya muy alcistas y ahora vamos para abajo. Siguiente objetivo a la media del canal, una vez más, 222, la parte baja de la zona azul, 217. Tesla va para abajo. La manera de invalidarlo, cierres por encima de 269. Por ahora, ¿te gustaría no perder el promedio del 200 en el semanal? De perderlo en este cierre instantáneamente, o sea, ni siquiera tienes que respirar para entender que esto va a buscar una vez más los 216 y de ahí los 200 para continuar esta tendencia bajista en la que nos encontramos por ahora, damas y caballeros. All right. What is motherfucking next? Esto fue Tesla.
Costco.
Costco. Costco in my balls.
One of the smartest business models ever.
Yeah, I mean, fucking
You have a
unbelievable.
fake economy that you've built out of thin air that people pay you just to have the right to go into your store. It's absolutely absurd. It's crazy.
It's brilliant.
It is
if you ask
brilliant.
me.
So they make billions of dollars just on a fake membership.
Yeah, basically.
No margins either on that. So that's why they can give you cheap stuff. Costco looks strong compared to everything else. You really can't say it not. I will always stay on the camp that Costco is extremely strong. I mean, since it essentially got back above the monthly 9 here in 2010, we've essentially held it. We've held it within this range is what I should say. Very nicely, the 9, the 21, the 34. It's a good example on why I use these moving averages, because you can just see how well these ranges tend to work. And the 34 often is like your extremity low. You lose that, you're going to go to the EMA 100, and Costco hasn't really tested that since 09. So for me, it's like Costco is like very, very, very strong. And you even see the reaction just simply based on the monthly 9. So, for me, it's like if we essentially get a move back down to that 21, you do have to gauge that as like a buying opportunity. $792 is super key for Costco to hold. It's you're essentially just always flipping these wick highs into support. Can make it a little more accurate here, right around like $790. But it's just similar to here. You're flipping the wick highs, you tend to break out. You flip the highs, you tend to break out. The weekly too. I mean, we just freshly reclaimed the 9. This is very strong. You see here, we were right under that 34. This was like a low time frame bear trap. You had a terrible shooting star, major rejection of the 34. Next target was going to be right around that EMA 100. Bulls pushed up. So now if you're a bull, what you're trying to do is essentially break this high, solidify this being some kind of major high or low. Be more obvious if we go to like the 2-week. And this can just be, like I said, a bear trap. You had trend, I will say, flipped. It's now technically down. That's why breaking this high is going to be extremely key for bulls, essentially. If we end up rolling over around here, gonna have to really question, and are we in a downtrend? Is this just a lower high in the making? And that probably would come in wherever the median is, right? We have a nice psychological number right around the median at $1,000. You'd have to really look at this zone. For me, though, Costco is above all the moving averages I look at. Trend is still your friend here. We did break the trend. So that's why I'll still say it's going to be really important to break February 3rd high. But if we can do so, this will just look like, an opportunity again, simply based at the monthly 9. It's kind of absurd. I mean, have you just bid the monthly 9 whenever Costco touches it, not like front running it, but actually touches it? Generally is a good opportunity for at least the investment portfolio. You then can like scale your bids very simply, right? It's like, okay, I'll invest at the 9, I'll stack a second bid at the 21, last bid at the 34. You lose that, you could probably just cut the investment, because that would be a major shift in price structure then. I mean, so Costco is very, very strong to me. You're essentially now just ideally you're gauging the daily SMA 200 right at $926 to hold. As long as we hold above there, we're going to have more of a chance to go up. You see, we have a little gap at 1,020. So it plays into the idea that we're probably going to test 1,000 again, in my opinion. And that's just going to be really key. We're either then just going to like gap fill, reject, form that lower high on the 2-week and really come back down. Or Costco is just going to keep continuing to hold as it's been doing for many, 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 many years. So it's pretty good. 5 days going to reclaim the 9. So if you've noticed here, you'll see that whenever the 9 gets reclaimed after it's lost, we generally go up. So you're basically gauging $926 as support and 1,020 as resistance. Until one of those breaks, we're just in a range.
Yeah.
Pretty simple.
very,
When it's strong
yeah.
like this, it's simple. I mean, you can just really stick to the higher time frames and really use the moving averages. Monthly kind of just ties it all together and like an easy buying range.
Yeah, it's crazy how it's like it just goes up, and like you said, on specifically on the monthly, like these EMAs just being tapped are like insane buying opportunities.
Yeah, and it's very obvious too. It
Yeah,
doesn't take a genius to see it. And that's why I always say Costco is like, if we ever get some kind of major black swan, I want to buy Costco. It's great. I think they even pay dividends. So it's just like big brain. It's smart.
yeah.
You know, and Mercado Libre is another one I'm watching closely.
Oh yeah, Mercado Libre is also going to continue to expand and expand and expand. Fucking awesome. Thank you, sir. We did Costco. Farhan's doing Apple. Then we have ISRG.
ISRG. Sounds good.
Thank you. ISRG. No fucking clue. I know we've seen it before, but
Yeah, I have a chart on it.
yeah. Vale, vamos a empezar. Costco, lo voy a poner rápido. Solamente quiero verlo yo personalmente en mi tabla así. Vean, esta subida. Este es un canal paralelo. Esta es la subida más tonta del mundo. ¡Wow! ¡Qué fuerza tiene esta cosa! Ya ha estado, literalmente esto es del noviembre del 2020 y estos son mensuales, estas gráficas, para que tengan una idea. Cómo a través del tiempo simplemente ha subido, 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 subido. Y pueden verlo bastante sencillo. Oportunidades históricas para comprar Costco en la mensual, tu promedio del 21. Oportunidad espectacular, llegó a tocar el 30 y te baja este canal en los 700. Estás hablando de una corrección de 25%. Si quieres refugiarte en algo cuando esté barato, que definitivamente tenga poco riesgo, Costco es brutal. Ok. Vamos a la semanal. En la semanal, déjenme quito esta chingadera ya que estamos por acá. En la semanal es bastante fácil, honestamente. No hay tanto pierde. Tienes tu alto histórico por acá, ¿no? Acá abajo, ¿qué tienes? Este delicioso rango que fue donde explota el precio a la alza o a la baja. Espérame. ¿Cuál es? Es que retesteas. Acá. Y ya, no necesitas más. Este es el rango en donde estás. Dudo que vaya a llegar al 100 o hasta el 200. ¿Cuántas veces, no? En la semanal viene y toca el 100, pero o sea, lo toca. Nunca el 200. Nunca el 200. Ni siquiera acá en esto que haya sido lo que haya sido. Sí, no. Nunca tocas el SMA 200. Entonces, para mí ¿quieres invertir en Costco? Carnal, ahorita estás en un posicionamiento alcista. Por más que hayas hecho este tope y tengas este mínimo, luego este alto más bajo y este mínimo más bajo, todavía no es suficientemente fuerte para dañar la estructura. La oportunidad fuerte sería en los $795 y eso coincide con esto en realidad, acá en este rango. Esa sería la oportunidad básicamente de oro para ti si es que llega a caer por acá. Por ahora, seguir acumulando. Lo único que no quieres hacer si eres inmediatamente alcista, no quieres caer de los 957, que es donde tienes tu promedio del 9. Siempre y cuando estés aguantando por ahí, continúa siendo alcista y vamos a ver si nos podemos llevar los 1072. Pero también tomen en consideración, una vez más, ¿cuál sería la corrección más cabrona de Costco? Un 26%. Ponte tú un 30%. Vamos a darle un 30%. Te mamas, 746. Y esto es porque la gente le gusta invertir tanto en Costco. Se ve súper bien. Ha creado altos más altos todo este tiempo. Continúa y en los caidones fuertes de mercado no se cae tanto. Lo pueden ver. Quiero que vean el 2021, por ejemplo. ¿Saben que el 2022 fue buena? Fue una super corrección. Más grande de lo que la gente le da. 34%. 34% en la peor corrección. Vamos a ver acá el 2020. 21%. O sea, ya en este pullback que tuvo de altos históricos acá, 17, 18%, ya te dio una entrada bastante buena en promedios históricos. Y acá sería espectacular, ¿no? Los 797, 780, sería espectacular para poder agregar a tu posición en Costco. No es una acción que sea muy volátil y que cambie tanto, por lo que tal vez no recomendaría tanto hacer el day trading de esto. Se ve un poco de hueva, pero diario, digo, pero a largo plazo y seguir acumulando se ve muy bien. Y además, sí, exactamente, en tu diario estás por encima de todos los promedios, aguantando. Lo único que quieres hacer es llevarte los 993 a casa, básicamente 995. Y con eso vas en camino una vez más a altos históricos, que de nuevo están a nada todavía. Ok, what is next? I'm sorry.
Apple. Tim
Apple.
Apple.
Tim Apple. Man, founder and CEO of that company. Trust me, I know the history of Apple really well. I did a documentary on it.
Tim Apple, such a great man, such a nice man. Saved the company. Steve
What a
Jobs,
great
who's that?
Steve what? Steve Trabajos?
Steve Trabajo. I don't know about that.
Where is
I gotta
Apple?
say that more often now.
Steve Trabajo?
Yep. Good Lord, Apple on a yearly is literally just a straight line up. All right.
Yeah, that's all he does.
So it's basically the only one of the few ones that you can actually put a yearly chart on. So we're currently rejecting the top 38.2%. We have two rejections of the top 38.2%. Usually, whenever we reject the top 38.2%, you like to come down to the 5 and the median, and then bounce from there to hit new all-time highs. Do that right here. You hit the median, you hit the 5, new all-time highs, median and 5, median and 5. So if it holds true and we hold the 5 and go to confirmation would be to go to new all-time highs. It's going to be a little bit different because they are currently all-time highs at $253. You have to get a close over this, which is your all-time highs. If you but what would be your confirmation lower is either you get a yearly close below the 5 EMA at $185.75, or you get a tick below this wick low at $169.21. This is a nice number. And that'll likely bring you down towards the median and this 9 EMA, which are beautifully aligned right up with each other at $151 and $152. High probability you're going to bounce in this area, even if you even come to this area, putting in your next macro high or low and continuing to new all-time highs from here, because it's pretty difficult to say something that looks like this looks bearish on the long term. This looks pretty fucking bullish, and you're bullish as long as you're closing over $129. You could come all the way down to this $150 area, maybe even wicked somewhere around 130s or 120s. But as long as you're closing over this area, this is still long-term mega bullish. Momentum is technically flipped to the downside right now, but the whole game is that volatility is currently contracting with momentum to the downside. The last time we had volatility contraction, but momentum freshly flipping to the downside was right over here. We came all the way down to the 5 on the median, and then we went to new all-time highs. Which is basically the idea right now. And the next new all-time high target would be somewhere around, see, what is it like the top? Let's see. 61.8. Somewhere around the 61.8. Let's see where the 61.8 is. Zoom out a little bit. That is currently at around, that's not even that much higher. It's just about $300. I guess it is Apple doesn't like to move that fast. The boomeriest of the boomer stocks.
That's right. They like to go in a safe pace, little by little.
6 month is momentum to the downside, very close to breaking into the bearish control zone, with volatility currently flipped up and the jewels giving you a God mode sell signal. And that goes along with us losing the 38.2%. Let's see. Well, we got about 2 months and 17 days left to go, which is a good amount of time. But let's see the last time that we've lost that 38.2% on a closing basis. Nope. Nope. You didn't even lose it during COVID. COVID, your wick low was, where is it? Came all the way down to the 5 EMA, the 9 EMA, and the median. You didn't even come that close to the bottom 38.2%. Didn't lose it here. Didn't lose it here. 2008 didn't lose it here. You're losing it now, though. You didn't lose it in fucking 2008. Only time you lost it was in 2002.
Well,
Wow,
that was the tech bubble, right? So
I think so. And then the time before that where you lost it was 93.
yeah, that's when Steve Trabajos left.
That's interesting. What's different now that or worse than COVID lows and the '08 lows?
So hang on. In 2022, he didn't do that?
Nope. Here is 2022. It didn't even,
Mm-hmm.
it just barely broke into the
Wow.
top of the 38.2%. Didn't even go near the bottom. And now we're losing
I,
it.
yeah, I mean, Ray Dalio warned us. He gave us a dire warning. so maybe that's it.
If it does the same thing that it did here when we lost it, we went to, at this point, what was when we lost it? What color is this? I gotta get a little closer.
No, you went
The
below
78
the
points.
100%.
Yeah, but I'm trying to see where it was whenever we lost it because they ended up changing.
I see what you're saying.
So let's see, where was it? Where was this area at that point? That was the 78.6. 78.6 right now sits at about 118 to $120. Lines right up with this 21 EMA. Technically, yeah, there is still hope that you could put in a higher low there, which is probably likely what it's going to do because it's Apple. But it's a little bit below this 12-month median in 9 EMA. But I guess yeah, sure, it could put in a wick and then bounce and then close it over the yearly over this median, which it is a yearly and that one's the 6 month. So within the 6 month is 2 6 month candles for a yearly. Quarterly is also below the moving average with momentum with volatility in the contracting phase. Just about to get a God mode sell signal on the quarterly jewel. As on the quarterly, however, you are not losing the bottom 38.2%. You're currently bouncing right off that bottom 38.2% in this 21 EMA. You are, however, rejecting this median. So if you do close like this, probabilities are you're going to come back down to retest this bottom 38.2% at least once more. And at that point, you're going to have tested it once. It's going to be weaker. No guarantee you're going to break below it, just more likely that you will. Monthly is now breaking into the bearish control zone on momentum. That's interesting. Last time we freshly broke into the bearish control zone was June of 2022, but that was also on the local bottom before we went lower. So right now, if we do bounce, continue to bounce here at this 55 EMA, maybe we can retest this 21, which is around $208 to $210. High probability you're going to reject that and go lower to this 100 at around 140s. Let's look at the monthly jewel. Oh, very
Ooh.
interesting. The pink is now freshly lost the yellow and the dark blue is right below everything else. That's not nice.
And
Let's
from
mark
and,
this
and
with a
it's coming from above, right? So
yep. It's this cross down right over here. Let's mark the next one. Pink, blue, yellow right there. Right there. Right there. That should be enough for all the way back to 2015. Let's just do one more. This one is in 2012. I believe 2012 was when Steve Jobs died. So the chart predicted his death. Interesting.
Jesus.
this chart, what?
The chart predicted Steve Jobs' death.
Chart the news, boys. Chart the news.
42.62% on Steve Jobs' death.
Well, really? How many months? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Damn.
Then Tim Apple took it to new heights because he introduced the subscription-based model.
Yeah.
23.6%.
Well, what's crazy about Apple is business partners with every single business around the world that is in their ecosystem, right? Any business, whether it was Netflix or whoever, they at some point they were paying them 30% of all of their gross revenue.
Yeah, that was
And
pretty
Apple
insane.
didn't spend any money on their companies. So that's
Because of the
why
App
Apple
Store?
is so huge.
Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's crazy, their App Store.
Yeah. Facebook Meta does the same shit within their own products, and same thing with Google. That's why they make so much money. They literally own every business indirectly. Like, imagine being a partner in any business, gross participation. That means movie makes $100 million. I get 30, motherfucker. I don't care
Yeah.
what the expenses and costs and anything is. That's the brilliant model in Apple, and not a lot of people see it, which is weird.
Yeah, then those apps are including like a little web page that takes you to their website to buy their shit.
Yeah.
37.7% to the downside on this one. I don't know, I can see Apple's argument too. They made the App Store.
They did though. So
It's just
7% to the
30%
downside.
30% of everyone's business is kind of
that's crazy though. No, that's a
Yeah.
little. I mean, mafioso.
and now a lot of people will say now it's only 10% for certain companies. Yeah, it was 30% forever. And still 10% gross is so much money.
So much money, and they made their fat. That's why they're cash. They have a pile of cash. Apple does. So.
The biggest.
So as of now, we have went down the average move around 30%. Very interesting. There is some hopium there for a medium-term local bottom right here at this 55 EMA. I just want to see it to confirm it to close over this 21. Then we can retest this 38.2, and then it'll really start to look pretty good if you can close over that 38.2. As of right now, we are still in a more bearish posturing. 2-week is now trying to flip back up, very close to getting back out of the bearish control zone, getting back over the moving average. Well, volatility is just about to start contracting. 2-week has also gotten that dual signal with the pink crossing below the yellow, dark blue crossing below bearish, bullish control zone, and we've lost the 38.2% on the 2-week as well. As of right now, we are still below the 55. What I'm looking for is a close below the 55, and that'll start to make it look like we're probably going to drop towards 140. As of right now, though, we are still holding the 55. If we can get a close over this 21 EMA, this 38.2, right around $220, and that'll be enough for me to say we're probably going to go up here to this 38.2, which is a new all-time highs at $270. A little unlikely that happens. Unless they announce Apple is completely exempt from all tariffs, and then maybe some type of rally comes out of that.
Well, Trump's helping. They gotta do something. They gotta find a nice place for Tim for sell his phones, and he's gotta do it in a cheap way for now. And I'm helping Tim. He just literally said that.
Trump announces that to combat the price drops for the tariffs, he's going to start doing the China model where he subsidizes companies.
Well, in the end, that's what it's going to be, right? Like not that many years. China's kind of like living ahead of us, but that's what's going to be. Like right now, the American Renaissance is going to be building the factories that robots are going to build shit. And then after that, we're all out of a job. So someone's got to pay for it.
On the weekly, this is quite somber. We're like 2 weeks away from a weekly silver cross on Apple to the downside.
Wow. Does that ever happen?
And it's gonna happen as long as we close below 217.32. Let's see when it happened. When the last time we had a weekly silver cross. Didn't happen in April. The last one was right over here in October of 2022. And then we just went slightly lower, and then we went to new highs from there. How much lower did we go from the cross? Crossed right over here. So we ended up bouncing about 6-7%. Then we went down from the cross about 15.69%. I like that number. Silver cross before there. No. Didn't even silver cross on March of 2020. But
No, because it was so quick.
Yeah, it was a quick dump. So silver crossed in December 2018. After the cross, we didn't really go down towards the bottom after it already crossed. Mm. Right over here, we crossed in December 2015 and then went down. This was during the iPhone 6 vending situation. This was when I was in senior year of high school. 8.96%, 9.96%. It was so stupid to me how people were concerned about their phones bending. Like, just don't put it in your back pocket and be a retard. Come on. Well, this is starting to put in somewhat in inverse head and shoulders. What will invalidate it though is if you start to lose this 100 EMA on a weekly basis, then you're probably going to come down to this 200, and then you're probably going to go lower. 5 days looking basically exactly the same as the weekly, with momentum to the downside, volatility up, and just dancing around that 100, and also very close to a silver cross.
So 5 days are kind of stupid in stocks, no? Because every week is 5 days.
Oh, that's a very good point. Very good point. I never really thought of that.
Me either, which is astonishing, but not so astonishing either. If you people know me, they know how stupid I am.
So this bounce right now, like, basically just filled this gap. It hasn't exactly filled the gap. What we want to see is a close over this 200 SMA, which will take you to this 38.2%, and that'll more exactly fill the gap, and that'll be right around that $220 area. With momentum still technically pointing to the downside. Volatility is now starting the contraction phase. Daily is already pointing to the upside on momentum, and volatility is almost fully contracted. It's at 11% now. While the daily is losing the sell signal and the jewel is starting to curve back around with a neutral signal. If we start to lose this 38.2%, however, and fill this gap, this is going to flip the daily signal back into a sell signal, and then you're likely going to break down. As long as you're holding this 38.2%, though, more likely to go up into the 220s. And 4 hours kind of saying that the top might be in, because we're at basically 99.6% on momentum and volatility, and we're almost tapping the 100%, and getting a pretty sharp projection. So based off of this 4-hour setup, likely we're gonna continue downwards towards at least 190 to 180s. A hopium there is that we can grind out another higher low while these ranges can step up, and then we can try approach the 220s. Otherwise, you're probably gonna break down from here. 4-hour jewels is giving you a pretty nice setup though. Pink is just about to freshly cross above the yellow, with the light blue gets above the bullish bearish control zone. Let me get a sip of this twist. I got an itch in my throat.
Circuit the
Twist.
Brooklyn Pops.
Penafiel con limon y sal.
Peñafiel, yeah. It's some real shit.
It's amazing this stuff doesn't have any type of sweeteners, but it tastes kind of sweet.
I have no idea. I can't say anything, actually. Don't want to get murdered. Go on.
Yeah.
One drive of bullish divergence is all we need, my friend. I know we don't. I'm just saying that. Sorry.
Alrighty, so there's a high right here in price, high on the RSI, higher high on price, lower high on the RSI, giving you a possible yearly bearish divergence. Uh-oh. Has Apple ever confirmed a yearly bearish divergence? No. Interesting. And it will confirm if you can close this year below $164.08. That's not that far away. That's going to give you a minimum target of this 9 EMA at about $150. start to lose that $150, Apple's going to be fucked. It's minimum target is at that point it's going to be this 21. It's going to reverse this yearly uptrend into a downtrend, and that's at like right around $100. And you're probably going to come back down to somewhere around $40. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that's very, very, very unlikely to happen, but it is a possibility.
The
Because now,
only explanation that would make sense for that to happen would be that Democrats, someone tells like all of the demo robots that Apple is Nazi, and they start protesting outside of Apple stores and burning them down, and everyone selling their stock. Like, that's the only thing I can see that makes sense in here. And I know a lot of
but
people will
Apple
say
would,
that's a really stupid scenario. That would never happen. But that is actually currently happening to Tesla.
yeah, but Apple would probably be willing to bend backwards and try to make everybody happy and apologize for whatever they've done.
Oh, 100%. I'm just saying, for this to play out, they need to take that other stance and really make everyone really upset.
And this is interesting. Apple is putting in the first sell signal on the yearly jewel that it's ever had.
Huh.
It's not quite confirmed yet, but it's sitting there, it's brewing. Quarterly also has bearish divergence, and it will be confirmed to be closed below 196, which is easier to confirm than the yearly. I mean, not quarterly, it's bi-yearly, it's a 6 month. That's only about $7 away from where we are right now to confirm
Yep.
that 6 month bearish divergence. That's going to have a minimum target of this 21 EMA, which is right around $130-ish, probably raise up to like 140. Very similar to our RSI target of the edge of the bullish control zone at 146. Uh-oh, quarterly is about to put in another drive of bearish divergence. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence, giving you likely a target of this middle zone of the RSI. That is at about $177.57. Does it line up with any of our EMA targets? 177, right? That's basically another test of our 21 EMA. Target below there, which is likely going to change. I don't think it goes with this number. That's at $72.86. Monthly, no. Weekly, nada. No. No, that's a lower low. No. Because the most important one was the quarterly with that bearish divergence. And I didn't mention the number. I'd have to confirm it. It would have to close below $208.42 to confirm that bearish divergence.
Oh, so we're there.
Yeah.
There's just like 3 months to close that candle, basically.
Daily has now confirmed single drive of bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. We have already basically hit the easy targets of hitting the 21 EMA and getting the edge of the bearish control zone. Right now, if we get a close over, basically, what number do we need? This one would work. $207.50. That likely gives us a target of somewhere around that middle zone of the RSI, which is that same 220s area. Come on. Ain't nothing on there. Momentum. Ding. So all the way up to the yearly, because we can. Yearly is freshly flipped down in Apple. Interesting. The last time it freshly flipped down was right over here in January of 2021. Then the next candle, we went down from about $182 to $125. That's not really that much. And it will remain to the downside as long as we're below $252.60. Interesting how the yearly has been in the critical zone since 2009. And it's like 16 years in the critical zone. And it's looking like it's not going to break out of it anytime soon. And it's just making higher highs, no bearish divergence at all on the yearly. 6 month is also pointed to the upside, but yearly is pointed down. I mean, 6 month is pointed up. 6-month will remain to the upside with contracting volatility as long as you're above $189.06. It's actually quite interesting to see that we're making new highs with contracting volatility. 3-month is quarterly is pointed down. Very close to getting a volatility contraction, but still technically in an expansion phase. And it will remain down as long as you're below $229.60. So, and there is that bearish divergence on the stochastic as well in the quarterly. It will confirm as long as you close below $208.42. Monthly is getting volatility contraction, but the momentum also pointed down. We got a derp of death on the monthly, and you will remain down as long as you're below $255. And monthly also has that bearish divergence. See, the last time we had a derp of death, we had one right here, December of 2018. That was when basically the bottom was almost basically end. We dropped another 16%. I guess 16% is quite a bit for Apple. We have freshly flipped the DMI red as well. When's the last time we did that? That was also in December of 2018. So we as well as flip to the downside with the drop of death with expanding volatility from basically 0%. And it will remain down as long as you're below $228.40. Likely gonna get another test of this 100 at about 180. Lines right up to my main line. Weekly is starting to flip up, but it's still currently flipped to the downside. It will flip up in 3 days if you can close above $187.55, and it will be a rejection of the critical zone. Come on. 5 days also going to flip up. It's currently flipped down. Will flip up in 3 hours if you can close above $192.26. 2 days already flipped up with a double extreme on volatility. Now it's likely going to get a contraction phase, and it will remain to the upside as long as you're above $192.77. Yeah, lines up with that 55 EMA on the silver cross at around like 224. And come on. Daily as well as flip to the upside off the double extreme. Just about to get that volatility contraction. It's already dropped below the moving average, just needs to get a daily close. And it will remain up as long as you're above $174.74. And 4 hours also flipping to the upside, coming with contracting volatility off of many periods of 100%. And it will remain up as long as you're above. Where's my pivot? 1 cent. Come on. Sometime today. The higher time frames on Apple are still extremely bullish. It's just basically looking up only, and it's going to remain bullish as long as you're closing above about like $130-ish. But you are starting to flip down momentum on the yearly, and every single time you flip down, you've basically come down to this the 5 EMA, which we've already basically tapped on the 5 EMA. So there's hopium that the low is in right now, as long as we're holding that 5 EMA. So you would take to confirm the low is not in, you would need a yearly close below the 5 EMA or any tick below our current low, which is at about $169.21. And the next target is not really that much lower. But it is, if you consider Apple, it's probably a lot lower, but for us, it's not that much lower. The next target would be hitting the 9, which is right around like $150. Very, very high probability you're gonna bounce in this area, put in the macro low if you don't do it, if it's not already in, and then it's probably just going to go to new all-time highs because this thing just goes straight up and to the right. The lower time frames are right now a little bullish with momentum flipping up. So if you do continue this bounce, I would expect somewhere around 200 to 220 to be the rejection, which lines up with the silver crosses to the downside in that area getting retested. And then you'd likely break down from there to somewhere around that 170s to 150s area. High probability that you're going to put in a bottom there and just go into new all-time highs. It's not if Apple's going to go to new all-time highs, it's more of a when it's going to do it.
Damn.
One
Damn.
of the few correct things Jim Cramer says, like you don't really want to trade Apple, is like just hold it.
Yeah. Wow. Well, Jim Cramer,
He does
finance guru.
he does have a 40% hit rate, so he's right 4 out of 10 times.
No, he's actually pretty good, because being wrong on purpose 60% of the time, that shows you like fucking G. What a
That's
G.
great.
All right. Let me do this. Get the hell going in here. Hey. Ok. Estamos viendo Apple en la semanal. Honestamente, impresionante el movimiento ya de caída que ha tenido Apple. Es ridículo, ha tocado un 35%. Quiero irme al 2020 para que veamos qué tanto cayó en el 2020. Vamos a ponerlo en la mensual. Vamos a ponerlo, está justamente el 2021, ¿no? Después de ser tope por acá, al fondo, 32% en el mercado bajista, ¿ok? 32%. Una vez más, para los que se perdieron acá, ya hicimos un 34%. Vale, ¿qué me dices del 2020? La gran pandemia, ¿no? Aquí está, a fondo, 35%. Entonces, estamos ya en territorio mamalón de corrección de Apple, ¿no? Queramos verlo o no, y ahí me estoy acercando más, este es el 2008. Vamos a empezar acá en 2008, 2009. Esta fue la peor de todas, porque esta fue una mega crisis, 60%. La cosa es, instantáneamente, Apple hizo esto. 40% para abajo. Esto es lo que se parece ahorita, que volvió a recuperarse después de este 40%. Todo esto, o sea, subió desde este fondo en el 2008 un 65%, cabrón. O sea, estás hablando de que esto podría ser, si fuera otra vez el 2008, estás hablando de ver a Apple en $90 por acción. Si fuera el 2008, ¿ok? La corrección que ya tenemos hasta ahorita, esta oportunidad del IMI 55 en la mensual, es literalmente, ve, la última vez que se dio esto fue en el 2019, que tocó el 55. No creo que ni lo haya tocado acá. Aquí, en el 2016 y en el 2008, perdió el 55, pero no tocó el 100. Nunca ha tocado el 100 en la mensual. Así que el 100 en la mensual está en 135. Eso sería un récord, pero muy probablemente va a llegar aquí a los 140 y es donde yo tendría mi zona para que el precio de Apple encuentre el fondo del fondo del fondo, si es que ya no lo ha visto todavía. Está cabrón. Ok, para hacerlo un poco menos cansado para ustedes, diaria. Estamos en una tendencia bajista. Lo que pensamos es que podremos intentar revisitar estos niveles para hacer un alto más bajo. La pregunta es, ¿dónde? Estamos cayendo en estos momentos, pero esto fue bastante interesante ahora que Farhan abrió su HPDR. Es en la diaria, vienes de abajo del 100%. Te está rechazando la parte azul, vas a tener que venir mínimo a los 198. Si llegas a perder los 198, y esto es lo que es importante, porque ahí está tu promedio del 9, si llegas a perder los 198, vas a ir muy probablemente a buscar un nuevo mínimo, o mínimo 176, y eso te daría otra oportunidad de compra. Si hay continuación y barres los 169 a la baja, 143 es tu siguiente objetivo. A la alza estamos mal, o bueno, no estamos mal a la alza. Esto sería alcista por encima de 228. 228, estamos cotizando en $202 en este momento, lo que nos hace, y aparte tienes un gap hasta acá que va a ser como, uy, está jugando la Apple, pero como los grandes. Vamos a ver qué exactamente pasa. Arriba de 228 alcista, abajo de 198 bajista. Bastante fácil para cualquiera. Está $7 para abajo, ¿no? Y básicamente $20 para arriba para la confirmación. Y se está moviendo aceleradamente. Me gusta. All righty, let's go on to ISRG.
All right. I'm sharing my screen. Okay, cool.
Intuitive Surgical. Yes.
Do you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Wonderful. Of course. Okay, so let me extend these lines out. Let's kind of see where we're at. Because in my opinion, this isn't looking the strongest. Especially when you're going from Costco to this, and I'll explain why. Well, let's go to the monthly first. Monthly looks similar to Nvidia. I mean, you did reject the 9 and you had a nice dump. And I mean, as long as ISRG stays under basically 105, or no, my apologies, 505, it's going to be bearish. I mean, look how far away the median is from where we're at currently. Notice that the monthly 9 was pretty much holding us until from November up until now, from March. So you do have to look at this as, kind of like a shift here. You also see the monthly is in breakdown posturing. Now this is closing in 16 days. So bulls obviously could try to get us above 505, but it's going to be a very big objective, because what you'll notice around this region is you have the SMA 200 basically right around that region. It's very important to get back above there, because if we don't, this is going to be like putting the daily in bearish structure, in my opinion. This is brewing a breakdown if you're under the SMA 200. Visually, you can see it. I mean, we're now testing. I just extended these meme lines. So we're now testing within this range. We're literally clinging onto support. And if this daily closes anywhere like under $485, it's going to be in breakdown posturing. And one thing to note about volatility as well is we actually, when we made this green dildo up, we actually were approaching the extreme zone volatility. Now we're resetting it or contracting. This has implications for if we start coming down, volatility could start resetting here. So, basically this chart's not really looking the best, in my opinion. It's definitely in like a breakdown posturing over a breakout. And, you just have to be really concerned at where we're at currently. Monthly's losing a 9. Daily's pressing the 38.2%, clinging onto a cliff right now. Because what you'll notice is if you actually start losing, and I'll go to a lower time frame, like a 4-hour now. If you start losing this region, even the 4-hour is saying, yeah, we're at extremes here. You're basically clinging onto support. If you lose this 4-hour 9, you're going to get an easy move back to $465 or just the next meme line at 468. So, I mean, ISRG is not really the strongest. In my opinion, you're not really looking to trade this, invest in this, as long as you're under that daily EMA 100. And the party's really not going to start until you get, again, back above the SMA 200. So let me look now. Let's look at the 12-hour. Yeah, I mean, it seems to me like all time frames, even up to like a weekly or even a monthly, even are showing this is breaking down. So, with that, you just have to be very cognizant of that, very cautious here. If you start taking this wick low, to me, it's going to really start looking like ISRG is going to go to 369 for the culture. 369 ideally will hold right around wherever that EMA 34 is on the monthly. If you start losing the zone, specifically that 370, yeah, I mean, this could really start coming down all the way under 300. So ideally that doesn't occur, but with this monthly looking the way it is, you do have to be slightly cautious here. So really gauge the SMA 200 on the daily to make it easy. Use $485 as your reference. Under that, really increases the chances of going to $469. And then you really do have to wonder if the weekly is just grinding out possibly just another lower high on this kind of like liquidity grab here. Because trend is down, lower low, so you should be gauging wherever this lower high is. Now, it could come all the way up to here, but the lower time frames and just the way we're rejecting the weekly 9 here is making me cautious. So, if you're investing in this, I would be just looking at this zone as this is now on the brink of breaking down. If you lose $465, probably going to start seeing the 370s, 400. And if you get back above, call it $525 or even easier, April 9th high, yeah, this thing can start moving up nicely. And I'd actually want to start seeing the 580s be tested again. Till then, this is going to be more of a greater chance that we're going to break down right now. So as simple as that is, that's all I have on this chart. I mean, it's very simple to me. You're just kind of gauging the lower time frames to see if this area holds its support. And if it doesn't, it's going to bleed into the daily, probably turning nasty. So that's all I have on this. Pretty simple. I mean, it just looks like Nvidia to me on the monthly. I think you're muted, Alejandro. I can't hear you.
Perfect. It's excellent. Glad that's the case. Excellent.
Nice.
Barney, if you're listening to me, let's do ADA, Cardano. People want to know what's going on with the people sitting on chairs. It's very strange, but it's a thing. It's a thing we all have to put up with. And also the loved ones of those holders by getting railed in front of them in random hotels in Vegas. Either way, let's get serious with the charts, everybody. All right. Sorry. Okay, here we go. We are looking at, no, estamos en español, perdón. Estamos viendo ISRG. ISRG en la mensual. Estamos, vamos a primero que nada quitar esto. Lo único que quiero que analicemos es qué está pasando. Estamos muy cerca del tope para llamarlo una tendencia bajista, pero ¿qué tenemos acá para probablemente corroborar eso en la mensual? Tenemos una vela topera, por supuesto, una vela topera acá. Tenemos la confirmación de dicha vela topera y tenemos seguimiento. No nada más esas cosas. ¿Qué más están viendo? Pierdes tu promedio del 9 y no nada más lo pierdes con el cierre de esta vela en 494. Vienes, te rechaza y te manda para abajo, tal cual como me hacían a mí en la secundaria todas las damas. Y todavía me hacen. Lo bueno es que estoy casado y por eso ya lo tengo que buscar más, porque ya no puedo con el rechazo, brother. Se pone mala cosa. ISR está obviamente corrigiendo y la pregunta es, ¿vamos a crear bajos más bajos o este va a ser el fondo en los 424? Excelente pregunta para quien me lo haya hecho. La cosa va a ser esta. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más, 2 semanas. 2 semanas pueden ver que estamos también perdiendo nuestro promedio del 21, rechazo tras rechazo tras rechazo junto con el del 9 y esto continúa para abajo. El promedio del 34 fue lo que nos aguantó justamente en esta línea en 469 y es lo que nos está holdeando por ahora. Perder los 469 definitivamente te va a llevar al siguiente nivel de rango. El siguiente nivel de rango está entre 370 a 401 para arriba. Vamos a ver exactamente dónde se va a querer apoyar. Yo diría, es más, me voy a rifar y decir que está en los 370. Sería el siguiente rango para el precio de ISRG por acá. Más allá de esto, les voy a poner el HPDR para entender un poco lo que estamos viendo. Podemos ver que estamos cayendo, pero no estamos en extremos. Extremos sería 80, 95%. Todavía no estamos ahí. Estamos en el 78.6%. Estamos justamente cayendo al 78.6%, que nos debería llevar a la parte baja del 88.3%. Discúlpeme. Hay una alerta. Un terremoto, aparentemente. There's an earthquake coming. Is anybody else getting this? Aparentemente bien. Un temblor, pero hijo de puta en Los Ángeles. Denme un segundo. I'll be right back. Just give me a second. If you want to tell people jokes, I'll give you the mic.
So it was an earthquake. Wow. That's nice. I don't really know any jokes about earthquakes. Your mom is so fat every time she walks, there's an earthquake. That's a good one, right? It's a good one. Ja, 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 ja. It's very funny. Can I get some ja, 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 ja's? Was it not that funny? Damn, that hurts my feelings. I thought it was a funny joke. Ja, 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 ja.
You ready? Let me put this on. This is kind of stupid and ridiculous. Look at this. Earthquake detected. Drop, cover, hold on, protect yourself. Shake alert. All right, well, I'll do a shake alert. Let me finish this and then let's close with the Cardano for everyone wondering how their loved ones doing in that bed or from the chair, whatever it is. Okay. 2 semanas, estamos en esto, estamos cayendo, perdiendo nuestro promedio del 21.34, siguiente objetivo que está en los 469 una vez más. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal, habíamos ya caído en más extremos, pero esto ajustó, bajó y ahora nos está rechazando el 9, nos está rechazando el 34, nos ha rechazado el 21 en la semana de antes y esto nos deja con el 55 justamente en los 483. Yo consideraría los 483 la zona que debe aguantar antes de ver muy probablemente los 469. Vas a ver los 370, tío. Los vas a ver. Estoy casi seguro. Diaria. Diaria, estás cayendo justamente de la media, rechazo en la parte alta de la zona azul, luego rechazo de la media, rechazo en la parte baja, volvió a abrir acá y te está mandando a la parte baja. Eso te debería dar un viaje gratuito al 61.8% en los 479. Una vez ahí, si no aguantas y te llevas este mínimo, vas a ir al 88.3%, muy probablemente en los 445. En temporalidades cortas, puedes ver que estabas ya muy arriba y esto tiene que continuar cayendo y esto muy probablemente ahora sí que el principio de la continuación de esta caída. ¿Dónde sabes que estamos mal y dónde puede ser alcista? Bastante fácil. En tu diaria, me parece que está justamente tu promedio del 100, déjenme quito el arco iris. Tu promedio del 100 está aquí arriba, en los 524. Por encima de 524, llévate este máximo en los 528 para arriba. ¿Cómo sabes que esto se va a cocinar para abajo? Pierde tu promedio del 9, tu promedio del 9 está en 489. De perderlo, probabilidades aumentan para ir a tocar los 469 y probabilidades aumentan si vas ahí a perderlo, crear un nuevo mínimo, llevarte los 425 para abajo y probablemente ir a 370. Vámonos con Cardano, damas y caballeros, como que no. En la criptomoneda que te hace ver a tu mujer sentado desde una silla barata en Las Vegas, ver cómo se la truenan por alguna razón. Pero yo no vengo a decir nada de los fundamentos de cripto, es lo que es, así es como funciona cripto, ¿qué quieren que le haga? Yo no hago las reglas. Alrighty, sir. We're ready for some cock action. Well, I'm not ready, but let's talk about it.
Sure. It's too late. We've already ordered it.
Say it again.
We've already ordered the BBC.
Oh, it's coming. It's a fresh BBC.
Yeah, you can't refuse now.
Nope, get him straight out of jail so that they can have all of that sexual restraint to the maximum. So we bring him out in cages. This is obviously just for show, for the lady to be even more excited than the man. And
they give Diddy bail just for this.
Exactly. And also, we it's like wine. The longer they're in jail, the fresher they are when they come out, and the harder they'll attack.
So is that how it works?
That's right. Cardano holders are paying a lot by the pound for fresh BBC, aged, well aged.
I'm surprised they can afford it.
Crazy, especially with their coin looking like this.
On the quarterly, momentum is. I mean, not momentum. On the quarterly, we've gotten over the 38.2%. Now we're right back into it. We actually rejected it on this one. We were over it on this one. Opened over it and then closed back into it. Now we're finding rejection right at the top of the 38.2%, which is at 66 cents. If we can close over it, that's where we're likely going to start retesting these highs. It's going to start to look very bullish. I don't think that's going to happen. I feel like we're just going to continue to reject this area and continue to go back down or continue to go down. As of this moment, we are bouncing off the median, which is at 54 cents. My bias is that if we do continue to bounce off this median, we're just going to grind out a lower high somewhere between this 38.2% and this median. Eventually, you're going to lose this median and this 21 EMA, and you're going to probably dump aggressively towards this bottom 38.2%, sweeping these previous lows somewhere around 23 cents. And spoiler alert, I don't think it's going to bottom out there. I think it's probably going to go a lot lower. Right now, you have momentum still to the upside, but right now it is approaching the bullish control zone. I'm expecting it to project here and flip back down while volatility remains expanding, and that's going to be a setup for not fun. It's going to be like right here, where volatility expanded from almost 0%, while momentum was pointing down, and you just went straight down from about 88.5%. Week, monthly. Monthly is doing the same thing. We're breaking back into the top 38.2%. We're still technically below it while momentum is flipping down, losing the moving average and rejecting the critical zone, which is what I'm expecting to happen on the quarterly, which rejection of the critical zone. On the monthly volatility is still contracting while momentum is to the downside. If we close below this 38.2%, however, volatility is probably going to start expanding and we're going to break towards the 20s pretty quick. And that's like a 66% dump from where we are right now.
Ooh.
On 2-week momentum is trying to pick back up, still, however, in the bearish control and below the moving average. While volatility is still technically expanding, just about to get back down, however. If we do continue to bounce up, I would expect maybe somewhere around this 21 EMA and this 5 EMA right around the 70-cent area. That's a very big if, and I only really expect that move if we get above 60, basically 66 cents. So lower. Weekly is getting pretty low on momentum, telling you probably already have your macro or your local bottoms probably close, if not already in, because volatility is also getting pretty high up. And we got all the way down to like well into the 95%. So if we do continue to bounce here, it takes you basically the same 70, 71 cent area, but you probably reject it and go lower. And if we go lower first before we bounce to the 71 cent area, probably find support somewhere around the 60 cent for this 100 EMA. 5 years already starting to bounce, flip back up on momentum, getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility is now contracting, telling you this is likely a lower high. Could even already be in with the rejection of this 5 EMA. A little bit less likely if we close up this 38.2%, closes in 1 day and 7 hours. That'll take us up towards somewhere around this median, which is right around 70 cents. Two days also flipping up, getting over the moving average, getting pretty close to that reset point. While volatility is now close to getting expansion, flipping back up, still below the moving average. And the jewel is giving you a buy signal within the bearish control zone. So as of this moment, we are above the median. We close in 6 hours and 42 minutes. If we can close above the median, that will take us to that 71 cent area. Start to lose this median though, you're gonna come down to 61 cents, and then you're gonna be do or die for bulls to hold it here to move up to 71 cents. Otherwise, you're just gonna break down. Daily is starting to flip down on momentum, still in the bullish control zone and still technically flipped up, while volatility is still supporting it. And now the jewel's giving us a pretty nice buy signal. The pink is crossing above the yellow, light blue is getting out of the bearish control zone, making it more probable that 61, 62 cent area will hold if we test it to go up towards 71 cents. And 4 hours now starting to flip back up on momentum, rejecting the bearish control zone, while volatility now flips up. And we are getting back into that 38.2% and holding it. So if we do close like this above this 38.2%, likely it's going to take us towards at a minimum towards this 67.60, not 67, yeah, 67.68 cent area, somewhere around there to the 71 cents. We are side. Well, we have hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, just like Bitcoin. But just like Bitcoin, it's very close to being invalidated. And it will be invalidated if we close below 50.5060. So just over 50 and half a cent. And is there, let's see, there's technically, no, it's in a downtrend, so there's no divergence. No hidden bullish divergence. Nothing on that. Weekly still has active bearish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing below 0.6687. And your next move is going to be with a close below 0.5110, basically 51 cents. You should see a move down to this critical zone, which is, oh, it tells you it's impossible. 5 day has active bullish divergence, pretty close to being invalidated. It will be invalidated with the close below 51 cents, and that should take you towards the critical zone, which also tells you it's impossible. Only number you can really get is the bearish control zone, which is the 49 cents.
Dude, what a terrible pump this gave.
The 3-day also has active bullish divergence as long as you're closing above 51 cents. Your next move is going to be the what do you call it, the edge of the bullish control zone, and you have to get it close over 0.6675 to get that, and that will be about 75 cents. Not really that much far above. Daily also has active bullish divergence as long as you're closing above 51 cents. And your next move is going to be the neutral zone if you can get it close above 0.6675, and that level is at 71 cents. 71 cents comes up again. Oh, I just accidentally zoomed out. There we go. Nothing on there. And 4-hour also has many drives of bearish divergence currently confirmed. And it will be confirmed as long as you're below 0.6571. And your next target off that divergence with a close below 63 cents is going to be this bearish control zone, which right now is at 60 cents. Not really that much lower. Ding. Interesting. Quarterly is currently flipped to the upside, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over 43 cents. I'm interested to see what this pivot was in the last quarterly. Come on. It was around 40 cents, so it didn't really move much. Like XRP and Bitcoin.
I don't understand.
It's weird. And your next projection is right at the edge of this bearish control zone. So it should at that point flip up. Won't know until it happens, but it theoretically should. Monthly is also flipped to the upside, but the momentum pivot has gone up significantly. Let's see what it was at before. It was at 50 cents. Now it is in the 90s. Now the pivot is at 98 cents, almost 100% moved up. So it's very likely this is going to flip down on the monthly. And not only is it going to flip down, it's going to reject the bullish control zone and putting in a higher high, putting in monthly bearish divergence if that happens as well. Yikes, that's going to give you a target, basically around that 30-cent area. 2-week also flipped to the downside. And 2-week is also putting in bearish divergence. And it will be flipping down as long as you're below 79 cents. And the 2-week already confirmed the bearish divergence. Weekly is also flipped down as long as you're below 69 cents. That's a nice number. Come on. 5 days flip down as long as you're below 70 cents. 2 days now flipped up with volatility just below start contracting. And it will be flipped up as long as you're above 55 cents. 2-day currently has a silver cross to the downside at 71 cent area. It'll be right around this 100 EMA, right below the 55. Daily is also flipped up with contracting volatility as long as you're above 59 cents. And the 4 hours currently flipped down as long as you're below 64 cents. So it's very close to starting to flip back up. 2 hours flip down as long as you're below 63 cents. That's awesome. So now that one will likely flip back up in 35 minutes. We're really getting into the weeds of it.
Get to the 3-minute chart quick.
Stat 3 minutes. It's gonna in 4 minutes, basically 5 minutes, it will flip up and if it goes over 64 cents. So it does make it seem like the 4-hour and the daily will remain going to the upside. So the high time frames on this thing are starting to align to the downside, just like every other cryptocurrency, every other shitco currency. where momentum is starting to flip down. You're putting in bearish divergence on the monthly, just like Bitcoin has it on the monthly. You're getting a volatility contraction. However, on the high time frames, it's telling you that while volatility contracts, while momentum is to the downside, it is long term technically bullish. Medium term, it's bearish as hell, but long term, you can see more highs. As long as volatility is contracting. If you see volatility start to expand on a quarterly or a monthly while momentum is down, then you should start to worry, because this thing is putting in lower highs throughout its cycles, and that usually follows lower highs, lower low. Whatever that lower low is, you just want to pray and hope it's not at $0, as far away from zero as possible. On the lower time frames, you're trying to flip momentum up, so it does make it seem like you can probably continue upwards to test somewhere between 70 and 71 cents. However, that area very likely does reject, and I'd eventually expect to see this somewhere in the 30-cent area. Invalidation is going to be to get a weekly close over $1.18, and then you can probably go to somewhere around $2. However, I don't think that's going to happen. I think 70-cent area is going to reject. Probably going to go to 30s from there.
Wow. Sounds like it's fucked, just like their wives. Anything else you want to add?
No, sir.
All right. Well, have a good day, sir. Thank you so much. And remember, today is Monday.
Oh, yes, it is indeed. Hasta luego and buenas tardes.
Hasta luego. Enjoy. Vale, estamos viendo Cardano, damas y caballeros. Güey, ¿qué pedo con Cardano? Pésimo, ¿no? Abres, tienes en el 2017 este tope en el 104. Luego el 2000, ¿qué fue esto? Mayo 2021, 252. Me acuerdo de esto perfecto. En el tope del mercado, pero Cardano lo hizo en agosto. Cardano llegó antes, a los $3.15. No me acuerdo por qué yo compré Cardano no, creo que fueron $2, pero vendí en 3, vendí casi el tope. Ahí fue una de esas que me cagué y me sentí como súper buen trader. Y después vino y me quitó todo mi dinero, por supuesto, como tiene que. Pero después de hacer eso, y esto es lo que estamos viendo, es una tabla de 2 semanas. En el 2024, nuestro máximo fue justamente acá en los 80 centavos. 2025, en diciembre, que fue el tope de Bitcoin, justamente acá, 1.3. Alto más bajo. Pero como Cardano está jugando esta porquería, porque ve, este fue el mínimo y desde este mínimo ha estado haciendo mínimos más altos. Yo sé que lo puse con una línea culera, pero lo está haciendo. Y también desde acá atrás. O sea, el mínimo más bajo que llegó a estar fue en 21 centavos. Desde ahí no los ha vuelto a tocar y ha estado creando mínimos más altos. Este juego no me gusta para nada, pero para todos mis holders de Cardano, además de que les encanta ver cómo se llama su esposa, perdón, no sé por qué sigue siendo eso tan chistoso para mí. No debería de ser, ya debería haber madurado. Pero lo que tenemos es básicamente lo que estamos viendo en todas las criptos. Voy a poner la mensual. Vamos a empezar con la mensual. Hay suficientes datos acá, sobre todo viendo el HPDR. Vean esto. Vela topera. Ya, la confirmación de esta vela topera literalmente está abajo de 62 centavos. Cae el precio de Cardano abajo de 62 centavos y va a haber continuación a esta vela topera y vas a ver caídas. ¿Qué tantas? Tu primer objetivo va a ser tu promedio del 55 en los 50 centavos. Así que ya tenemos una idea acá con esta mega vela topera. Y aparte a Cardano no le gustan las velas toperas. Esta vela que también es una vela toperona, pero de indecisión, no nos gustó. Y ahora esta vela súper topera, perdiendo el promedio del 9, lo pueden ver ahí. Justamente estamos perdiéndolo. Siguiente parada, 59 centavos de no aguantar, 50 centavos de no aguantar, para abajo. Vamos a poner rápido el HPDR para poder darnos una mejor idea de dónde estamos parados en la mensual. Vale, venimos de estar sobrecalentados y ahora vamos en el movimiento. Normalmente en el HPDR, para que sea fácil para ustedes verlo, estás abajo de la zona azul, entras en la zona azul, sales a la parte arriba de la zona azul, caes a la zona azul, caes por debajo de la zona azul, caes encima en la zona azul, arriba de la zona azul y luego viene la vuelta. Entonces ahora nos debería tocar una vuelta para abajo por si no cacharon lo que estaba haciendo o diciendo, porque también son bien pendejo. Ok, nuestra primera advertencia ya la está dando, que es perder el promedio del 9 en la mensual. Eso nosotros lo consideramos en un mercado bajista en cualquier tipo de escenario. Ahora, con eso dicho, si llegas a entrar en la zona azul y llegas a tocar, ponte tú, tu promedio mensual del 21.34 para que lo puedan tener si no tienen el HPDR en su computadora, lo que va a pasar es vamos a caer a la zona azul. Caer a la zona azul nos pone en 34 centavos. Todavía quedan 16, 17 horas para esto. Falta bastante. De nuevo, cerrar debajo de los 61 centavos nos va a dar una alta probabilidad de ir a buscar los 34 centavos. ¿Ok? De nuevo, esto es una gráfica, este es un gráfico mensual, por lo que va a tomar bastante tiempo poder llegar a esto. Vamos a ver si en la de 2 semanas ya estamos en la media o en la parte baja de la zona azul. Justamente caímos, nos rechaza la media, una vela topera culera, acá lo pueden ver, y nos rechazó no solo la media, todo esto, y ahora vamos para abajo. Promedio del 9 está en 55 centavos, promedio del 21 en 54, el promedio del 34 en 50. Vamos a muy probablemente perder esta zona. Si llegamos a perder los 51 centavos, vamos a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul que está en los 26. Y eso nos pone con el mismo objetivo que la pasada. Vamos a ver en la semanal qué pasó. Ya caímos, ¿ok? En la semanal ya caímos, estamos por debajo del 200 y ahorita tenemos esta vela súper delgadita. Eso quiere decir que no ha habido nada de movimiento del precio de Cardano. Déjame voltear a ver volatilidad, nada. Ok. Ahora, estando en la zona del 83 al 76%, tenemos que subir o caer porque ya estamos acá. Normalmente deberías de venir a retestear dónde está el promedio del 200, la parte alta del 78.6%, ya cuando estás en un movimiento tan agotado. Pero la vela de antes cerró acá. Estamos abriendo aquí abajo, ¿ok? El estar abriendo aquí me dice, si no puedo superar los 72 centavos para cuando cierre esto en una semana y llego a perder los 60 centavos, voy al 95% en los 48. Llegando a los 48 te empieza a pintar la fotografía de todo lo que viste en el pasado y a dónde va eso. 5 días. Cardano es una cripto, así que sí podemos hacer 5 días. Estamos rebotando en la parte baja de la zona azul, entrando a ella y la media está justo en los 69 centavos. De no poder vencer la media, irnos para arriba, vamos a tener que aguantar donde está nuestro promedio del 100 de 5 días en los 61 centavos. Si perdemos los 61 centavos, Cardano va a tener un movimiento gratuito a los 55 centavos y de ahí ya saben qué es lo que sigue, los 47 donde está el S&P 200. Vamos a la diaria. Diaria. Estamos en la parte alta de la zona azul, donde nos está tirando. Podríamos y deberíamos de intentar ir a vencer estos 67 centavos a esta zona en los 69, pero de perder justamente donde estamos, que es nuestra 9, la zona o el precio de los 63 centavos, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser 58 y si no aguantan los 58, van a ser los 55. 55, 55, 55 sigue saliendo. Se les voy a poner más fácil ahora. Me quito todas estas tonterías. Cardano tiene un breakdown oficial cuando ves el 200, el promedio de los 200, acá ser perdido. ¿Ok? Acá fue un engaño y te mandó al cielo. Regresaste, lo aguantaste por encima y acá oficialmente se rompió. Lo que yo esperaría es que Cardano vaya a retestear justamente esta zona en los 75 centavos, acá. Y esta zona en los 75 centavos, no permitirle hacer un alto más alto de los 77 y eso llevarnos a nuestros siguientes objetivos a la baja y dar continuación con ese movimiento. ¿Dónde estamos equivocados o tenemos la mala idea? Cierres arriba de 75 centavos. Aquí tienes tu 100 y tu 200, que es un punto crítico para cualquier precio. Arriba de 75 centavos alcistas. Por ahora, abajo de 63 centavos va a ser la primera llamada. La segunda llamada es perder 56 y ya de ahí pues, vas para abajo. Vas para abajo a los 53. Si no aguanta esta zona, pues a crear nuevos mínimos locales en este bajón que estás viendo por acá. Así que ahí lo tienen. Cardano, damas y caballeros. Oigan, Muy feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que lo hayan disfrutado. Excelentes análisis. Vamos a quedarnos viendo con ojo bien pelado por acá al Bitcoin y a lo demás para poder mantenerlos al tanto y ver si encontramos más trade setups en los que quieran participar o no, ¿no? Me da absolutamente igual. Vale, pues con eso los dejamos. Hoy es lunes. Muchísimas gracias a todos por acompañarnos. Tengan una excelente semana. Buena actitud, cabrones. A darle con absolutamente todo. Ya saben que aquí estamos. Recuerden, nunca les voy a mandar un mensaje. No les voy a escribir. No les voy a pedir dinero por WhatsApp. No les voy a decir que yo manejo su dinero. Nunca les voy a escribir. Se los prometo. Se los prometo. Mis amigos me escriben. No les contesto el teléfono. Creen que les voy a estar intentando buscar a alguien. Oye, déjame, te cambio la vida. Ni siquiera sé hacer eso. Soy un pendejo y solamente hago videos de coches. Así que no caigan en tonterías, por el amor de Dios, por favor. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho y gracias por todo. Oiga, voy a ver qué está advirtiéndome Ray Dalio. ¡Oh!